focused on defining hybrid learning in comparison to online learning. And this was a very important point. And I have to say, one that is often confused. So bringing this to the table was very valuable. Professor Shadia Fahim, Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, in her short talk and the final one of the opening speeches, focused on rethinking higher education. She hit on a number of important points, ranging from how technology has always impacted humanity, starting from the printing press to currently the internet, and now that we are post-pandemic forced to adapt and rethink our teaching, pedagogy, assessment, and curriculum delivery. She also focused on the fact that there's no going back to our old ways of operating at universities and teaching, which is, I think, a fact that we all are aware of. There's no going back to our old ways. And old ways means only as short back as 2019, so not too far back. The first sessions was chaired by Ms. Nudomo Dehalmini, and she's Director of ICT Services, Comms and K, Association of African Universities. She introduced the sessions, and she also moderated them and took on the questions. The first presentation was by Dr. Nagwa Suleiman. She's a senior lecturer of English language and literature at the BUE. And her talk was about blended teaching pedagogies and facilitating online interaction. Dr. Nagwa's session focused on the use of blended learning as a context for collaborative and cooperative and reciprocity in teaching and learning, as well as active learning. She also highlighted that this mode was very useful for the co-construction of knowledge, and she also shared a number of principles of good practices. Her session was followed by Ms. Nisma Hashem's presentation, and Nisma Hashem is a lecturer in the Faculty of Business at the British University in Egypt, and she focused on micro-learning. Now, she also explained, first of all, what is micro-learning, and she highlighted that students should not be given education in a form of bulk, but rather broken down into smaller chunks, and the importance of scaffolding and the tools to use to deliver this micro-learning. This was followed by a rather unique presentation by Dr. Mervat Shukri, Associate Professor in the Department of English Language and Literature, and co-presenter Ms. Salma Essadi, who's a teaching assistant in the Department of English Language and Literature, and I'm very lucky to say they're also my colleagues in the department. They focused on the introduction of they focused on how you can apply blended and online teaching to Shakespeare, a literature module, which is completely different from teaching language. But it was also very useful to see how blended and online teaching was applied to a literature module. Their work focused on how to create highly interactive student engaging activities through a variety of online tools. They showed us samples of the students' work and feedback from students, and an array of activities that can be applied online in the literature classroom. Ms. Nudomo wrapped up the session with, I have to say, an excellent overview of all the sessions, in addition to lots of praise for the British University in Egypt, which we appreciate very much. I don't know if she's with us this morning, but I want to say thank you. We really appreciated it coming from someone who only witnessed our presentations and has not been with us on campus. It was very rewarding to hear that. Session 2, which focused on presentations for online and blended teaching, assessments and evaluations. This session was chaired by Dr. Camila Swart, and the first presentation was by Mr. Mustafa Youssef, who's an English language instructor in the Faculty of Nursing at the British University in Egypt. Now, Mustafa's presentation focused mostly on assessment and interactive tools, and he shared many free online tools that simply needed the instructor to think of the learning style of the learner and apply the rules, or sorry, the tools that were most useful for the students. And he actually shared a variety of them, which was rather useful. And the fact that they were free and accessible to everyone makes it quite valuable that one can easily take this and adapt it to one's own classroom and context. This was followed by another very unique presentation by Dr. Praveen Balakrishnan Nair and in Malaysia, and he focused on another very important aspect of having multiple campuses and the challenges and the faced for, in this aspect. So this was and he focused on the uncertainties, the changes, and the solutions. This was a very valuable experience to share with international audiences. The next one was a presentation by Samir Omara, and he was he's an English language teacher. So his presentation was oriented towards schools, high schools. The previous presentations focused on higher education, but this particular presentation focused on schools in Egypt and his experience. Mr. Samir Omara talked about blended and online constructive feedback. His presentation gave an array of feedback strategies, addressing differentiation, the importance of feedback to students, the promptness of the feedback, and the quality of the feedback. The last part of the day's events was given to sponsors' demos, and one of the most important sponsors for this conference, as a matter of fact, all the sponsors are very important, but most of us are very familiar with Coursera. And the presentation, I have to say, was very insightful with the data it shared about Africa and the themes, as well as the discipline areas focused on by different African countries. And I'm in the field of arts and humanities, and I have to say I was quite struck by the data shared by Coursera that students in higher education in Africa did not actually seek courses through Coursera related to the arts and humanities discipline, but rather more towards the sciences. And so Coursera's advice was that if you're planning to take or design your pedagogy or programs or modules or courses on campus, these are the different areas of disciplines. The science areas are the ones you should be focusing on and offering to students in Africa. I hope they can share the presentation with the audiences, because I think it would actually be very insightful for those in higher management, possibly, and in different deans or decision makers in the different faculties, that they can take this data into account when thinking and planning their work. The last part of the conference was, and the presentation by Coursera was given by Adam Lewis. The last part of the conference was actually an interview also with Professor Anand, and how his, the formulation of his plans of taking Blue Crest forward, and his endeavors in making it one of the most prominent universities in Africa. The interview was very insightful, and it also reflected his diligence, hard work, and commitment in making Blue Crest one of the most outstanding universities in Africa. Professor Anand, the interview was insightful, but now we realize we have a very strong competitor. So, and Africa, as a matter of fact, now has a very strong competitor. So thank you very much. And I leave the floor back to Professor Anand to take the day forward. And best of luck to all the presenters today.
Thank you, Dr. Rania, for the detailed insights from the last day of the presentation, from the previous day. And Dr. Rania, it's not a competition. Nowadays, we are running the whole world with the approach of co-opetition, where we collaborate at the same time we compete. I'm looking forward for the day where we can have international exchange with Egypt. Our students from Ghana can go to Egypt. Students from Egypt can come to Ghana. So and we can have some joint degrees. Maybe we can offer a degree from BUE at Ghana. You can offer some programs of Ghana in BUE.
I will share that with my dean, and I will make sure that she takes it forward to higher management.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Rania. Thank you for this nice, comprehensive insights which you have given to us. Let us move forward with the next part of the conference today. Let me introduce the chair for the next session. The chair for the next session is Dr. Prachi Gharpure. She is the director of the Indore campus of NMIMS. NMIMS, the full form is Narsi Monjee Institute of Management Studies. It started with one campus in Mumbai, and I have seen how it has grown into multiple campuses in many cities now. It's a very interesting case study for us, how NMIMS has spread its wings and has now grown into a multi-city institution. And somebody told me that they're also planning now to go outside the country, which is very interesting. So this session is about students' perspectives on online and blended learning. Dr. Prachi has Masters in Computer Engineering from VJTI and PhD in Technology from SNDT. And she has over 3 decades of experience in teaching and academic administration. Before joining NMIS, Dr. Prachi was associated with SPIT Mumbai as a principal. She started her career as a lecturer with Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai, and later joined Sardar Patel Institute of Technology in 2006 as a professor and head of the department. She also grew in her role to take up leadership position of heading the institution as a principal later. Her areas of interest are computer programming, computer organization, object-oriented analysis and design, project management, electronic communication, digital electronics, and software engineering. Her areas of research are e-learning and software engineering, and she has a variety of publications in national and international journals. And she has won accolades and awards to her credit, a recent one being the Higher Education Forum Award for contribution to IT. She also has been chairperson of BOS Computer at Mumbai University, a member of Syllabus Committee and Staff Selection Committee for Maharashtra State Government, and also convener for several Mumbai University committees related to affiliation, approvals, and fact findings. So a very strong personality with a lot of wisdom and a lot of in-depth knowledge in the area of IT. So I welcome Dr. Prachi once again here to this conference, and I'll leave it to Dr. Prachi for this session. In this session, we actually have 3 presentations, which are from the BUE and Stockton University, Dr. Mona and Dr. Helena. The topic is International Learning Collaboration, Exploring Students' Perspectives in Learning Psychology. It's a very important session because we generally, when we talk about teaching and learning, we sometimes forget about students' perspective. So when designing this conference, we deliberately included a theme solely on focusing on students' perspectives. The second presentation is student reactions to e-assessments for control tests in face-to-face environment in a HR module. This will be done by Dr. Khalida Akbar, University of KwaZulu National in South Africa. The third one is online teaching in Algerian universities during COVID-19, a blessing in disguise. And this will be done by Ms. Fatima Zora Hebali from Ilmekan University, Algeria. So very interesting presentations are here. So I'll leave it to now Dr. Prachi to chair this session further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. Such a wonderful introduction. So we are ready to begin this session. Just few opening remarks about the session today and few about rules that we are going to follow. So every presenter would get 20 minutes to present, and then followed by Q&A. All the participants who would like to pose a question can write on the chat box. If I know who they are, then I can unmute them, or they can be unmuted, or I can ask on their behalf with the name that particular question. My suggestion would be that the questions should be at the end of presentation. Let the presentation complete, and then we could have the entire QA session. Now, today's session being about students' perspective, specifically in the context of blended learning. If I have to clarify the scope of blended learning in today's context, so we would consider a blended to be online and face-to-face. Now, online again could be synchronous or asynchronous both. So there is no particular hard and fast rule about these two methodologies. When it comes to students' perspective, what I believe is blended learning must have a very, very rich pedagogy and easy and sufficient avenues for social interaction. To my mind, as much learning happens in classroom, as much through peer interaction that they do on campus. It is very, very essential that when we have this blended model, wherein the most sought after or most used methodology used is flipping the classroom, which means that the actual instructions are happening online, either synchronous or asynchronous, and the discussion is happening face-to-face. If that is so, that means if most of the instructions are happening online, then what should be, as far as the student is concerned, what should be our take as an instructional designer so that learning is effective? Let's consider a layered model for this blended learning. So at the top level, one could think of that we have a body of knowledge, which could be followed by various instructional strategies. At the next level is the delivery mechanism, which would be our combined mode, online and face-to-face. And lastly, we have the learner, the student. So to my mind, it's the two middle layers that we call the instructional strategies and the interaction or the delivery mechanism, which are majorly instrumental in ensuring that there is a successful internalization of knowledge from the body of knowledge to the learner. If I have to define according to Ramizovsky, the instruction, so we will call instruction as a planned set of resource for satisfying a particular learning objective. I'm underlining the words learning objective. The reason being that when this layer of instructional strategies or instructional design, when we plan, it should be totally from the student's perspective that we should be planning. When we are planning the strategies, it could be, for example, the online content strategy could be expository presentation, while face-to-face strategy could be inquisitory presentation, which is based on questioning strategy to engage the student in discovering the relationships, the rules of the knowledge body. The delivery on the online, which is in the online mode, could be synchronous, as I said, or asynchronous. Both has its own advantages and disadvantages. Asynchronous delivery will have a higher rate of retention and completion because of a possibility of high amount of interaction during the course delivery. There are rapid feedbacks which foster the consensus building during the group activities. And the presence of the instructor also helps that there is a feeling of a classroom or community or cohesion. Some of the disadvantages of synchronous model are well known, that when we talk about online delivery, we don't talk about geographical boundaries, and hence it could be very, very critical to manage the time for delivery time for a student or a learner population across the globe. As far as asynchronous is concerned, that is something which is available all the time, and primarily it would be self-managed. It kind of gives a time zone independence to your delivery. And once developed, its reusability. So may it be video lectures, may it be a blended presentation, come video lectures, whichever way we talk about, it could be developed once, and the repetition is very, very easy. The prevailing disadvantages would be, however, we have high rate of dropouts in such programs. The learners do not complete. I mean, anytime learning becomes no time learning or kind of situation. Asynchronous communication is also not always very, very appropriate. It will happen through the chat messages or through emails, and maybe the reply when required may not reach the learner. So it has its own problem. When we talk about online part of the delivery, two major problems that I'm leaving all of you as a thinking point that we still need to work out and still are part of the research are cognitive overload and lack of interaction. So let's give to this fact that yes, asynchronous mode is most effective, but then what do we do about the interaction? How do we ensure that we still have a built-in interaction within our instruction or some supplementary mechanism for instruction? And also, how do we ensure that the capsule that we deliver is just enough for the student to grasp and internalize? So these are the two still areas wherein we could think when we think of designing a blended learning program. Believe me, I very, very strongly and surely believe that blended learning is going to be the new normal as far as we as universities are concerned. And earlier we adopt to it, better it is going to be for all of us. So with that opening remark, we open the session, and I invite the first presenter to share. I think my list that I have been given as far as the order of presentation does not match with Dr. Anand's what he has said as 3 presentation. So I am going to rely on Dr. Anand regarding that, and invite the first presenter to take the control.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're hearing me. Well, okay, so Dr. Anand, Dr. Rania, and Dr. Garbour, thank you very much for the introduction. And from Cairo, Egypt, good afternoon, everybody. I will start my presentation by sharing the screen. And this presentation is about international learning collaboration, exploring students' perspectives in learning psychology. This work has been done in collaboration between Dr. Helena Gerges from Stockton University, United States of America, and myself, Mona Sawa, from the British University in Egypt. I know I'm competing against a fierce winner that is time, and what I have here is much more than to be covered in only 20 minutes. So I'll do my best to give you an overview of what we did in this project and how students received it. This is kind of the outline of what we're going to do today, which is the benefits of collaborating collaborative international online learning. We're going also to discuss the goal of the study, the activity design, the participants' method results, which were qualitative and quantitative, discussion and recommendations. Going on to what is COIL, which is Collaborative Online International Learning. COIL is the acronym for that phrase. It is a teaching and learning approach that connects culturally diverse classroom, co-taught and co-learned through online learning platforms. It focuses on the experiential student collaboration and designed to foster cross-cultural group work. As such, I would briefly say that what I'm going to discuss today is, or this whole presentation is a practical example of what Professor Malcolm mentioned in his talk yesterday. He talked about collaboration between universities, international one, and this is just an example of this. As he mentioned, and I'm not going to repeat that, only 10% of students have the privilege of studying abroad, and that 90%, other 90% has this disadvantage. So COIL gets to bridge the gap and create opportunities for your students from different universities, different programs to really collaborate together and get to as much as that is possible to gain the fruits of international collaboration. COIL provides an innovative, cost-effective method to expose students to different cultures. As I mentioned, it's a virtual students exchange. It expands students' perspective taking, cultural understanding, and intercultural communication. It is an opportunity for professors to increase effective teaching methods as we think it through, and also engage in future scholarship. And this is an example of the outcome of this collaboration. What we aim to do here as a goal of this presentation is basically to get to discuss with you students' evaluation of this first international learning collaboration, and also describe and analyze 3 questions, or discussing 3 elements, basically how students evaluate the whole experience, what students perceive as the most enjoyable part of the experience, and what do they perceive as the aspects that require some modifications or challenging and require a kind of reconsideration. Quickly to the activity and how it is designed. Basically, those are 2 different separate modules, 2 different programs. We have the BUE1, which is the module is Psychology of Children with Special Needs. The Stockton University is Perspectives on Childhood. This is taught for year 3 students, seniors, who are majoring in psychology. And Stockton University is taught for prep year from different majors. This activity is actually part of the assessment as well. So it was given 20% weight in Egypt as well as in Stockton University. It replaced here writing forums, and they replaced research papers, and it included both as well. Okay. Do you hear me? Hello?
Hello, your voice is cut slightly.
Do you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear
Sorry.
now. We can hear.
Yeah, I think it was interrupted. So yeah. So what this activity is about, it aimed to achieve a number of intended learning outcomes, a number of objectives that are cognitive as well as affective. And most of them, as you see here in this slide, covers the higher stages of the hierarchy of Bloom. So basically, they're about identifying issues that increase the likelihood of adverse and negative outcome for children with special needs, justify choices by providing valid evidence, discuss their choices and those of their counterpart groups, which is mostly about critical thinking skills, create a plan to resolve or reduce the impact of the identified issues, evaluate the plan of their counter groups, investigate the possibility of implementing those plans in their own community, providing reasons for that, discussing similarities and differences of the issues that they raised and children with special needs face in both cultures, and present their findings to meet the specified criteria. As for the effective ones, we want students to relate intercultural and intraculturally to the issues of special needs children, value the role of psychologists, accept the ethical standards of working together, revise judgment and opinion in light of new evidence, use objective approach to problem solving, display a professional commitment, participating in teamwork. And I'm so happy to say that most of those objectives were actually achieved in both contexts. To give you an idea what this activity was about, it took 5 stages. The first stage of which was like ice-breaking one, in which we got students to understand what are the intended learning outcomes of this activity. We get students to elicit the housekeeping things of ethics of conduct with international students, possible means available for communication, what tasks are required, and what exactly the tentative schedule for submissions, what are the selected criteria for group selections, how they would like themselves to be grouped in this university and in the other university, and then getting to know about each other using Flipgrid. Students got to film a video recorded for 5 minutes when they talk about the following points, mostly talking about their long-term goals and what exactly they would like to do, like how their week is run as a typical weekday, how things would go there. So it was kind of getting them to know about each other. And also we used Google Form for sorting groups. And it was up to them to select which students they would like to be paired with in their own class. Stage 2 or step 2 was actually that all students in Stockton University and BUE would come up with 3 issues that they consider as most important for learning, for children with learning disabilities or problems, and they would give reason why they think they are the top issues in their perspective. Then they share it with the other group, and by the end of this stage, we should have 6 submitted issues, 3 from each university. The third stage, was basically that students would come up with a plan to resolve or reduce the impact of those issues. And then they have to be very realistic and specific about how they are going to work in their community. And they would, after writing those plans, discuss their solutions with the counterpart groups. The fourth stage is basically they're going to evaluate each other plans thoughtfully and thoroughly in a way that they're going to think how would it be possible to implement those solutions that were raised in another community or another university, in another context, in another culture to their own. And they were given instructions what if their issues were the same and what would they do if the issues were different. Fifth stage and the final stage is reflection upon the whole experience, and that took place by providing a presentation or writing a report, filling in an online form and participating in a class discussion. And these are just examples of students' submissions. The participants, of course, it was done by the British University and Stockton University, and the module actually in Egypt, students in that cohort was 33. In Stockton University, they were 32. And this is the number of students whose submissions and their opinions were included in this study. What we used as methods that we analyzed and reached the results from is a reflective questionnaire, a feedback questionnaire, and a reflective reports, ECM presentation, and group discussion. Let's get to the results, which is what this whole session is about, how students receive these international collaborations and how they felt about it. This is the results of the feedback questionnaire. And as you can see here, like how do they see it as an eye-opener to them? We would see like 63% of them saw it all as an eye-opener. And we have Stockton University 95% and BUE 42%. What you see here is mostly it is a positive perspective. They have a positive perspective towards it. They see it positively. However, we see like Stockton University students have more positive attitude towards it than BUE students. And we can see that pattern repeated throughout the different questions. So as exciting, we find like mostly the results are skewed positively towards the right end, where students would think of it as mostly so and very much so. And we see like Stockton University have more positive attitude towards the experience than BUE students. Then beneficial, same. Friendly, same. Communicated well, same. But not as high as the other aspects. Managed well, same. So we would conclude that it's mostly positive, and for Stockton University, it is much more so than it is for the university students of the BUE. Which gets us to understand, to probe more by asking the questions, what aspects of the collaboration they liked most and why. By doing a content analysis to the results or to the data we had from the students, we found out like we can classify what they liked most about this experience into two main things: content related and collaboration related. For content related aspects, they liked the nature of the assigned academic tasks, basically because it requires them to think critically, creatively, and also employ their metacognitive skills. So they are required to think in coming up with the issues, evaluating the issues, critical thinking, coming up with innovative solutions, that's critical thinking, reflecting about the whole experience is the reflective thinking or metacognitive thinking. And what was really interesting in terms of content is that they liked how much they became aware of special needs issues on different levels, on their local level or on the global level. As to the collaboration related aspects, they actually like the cultural insights, which is basically how they got to work with other people from other culture at a different end of the globe, across borders. They get to see what are the aspects of similarities and differences, and they like the personal and social interaction of it. Briefly, I'm going to take you through some of the quotes that students had mentioned, and this is, believe you me, is very much reduced. There were like lots of them, but I'm trying as much as possible to manage my time here. So this is the number of students who mentioned those issues in their reports. And here are examples of BUE students' responses. One of which is, my favorite part includes brainstorming solutions for the potential difficulties that children with special needs encounter in Egypt, learning new content, and so on. For Stockton University, my favorite part was researching different issues that were present in our community, and then sharing them with each other. And the same is repeated throughout different quotes, but these are just example of it. As to being aware of special needs children's issue, this is a simple quote. Searching for the issues made me realize the difficult world people with disabilities face. They need our help as psychologists to raise awareness for their needs and rights. Another one from Stockton University, it made me realize that these issues are very important for many children's life, and we need to bring more awareness and change to them. I feel after doing this project that these issues are not given priority in our communities, and I hope that changes one day. Then for the collaboration aspect, these are BUE students' responses, example of which I like the idea of sharing and exchanging problems, as it gave me an idea on the situation of disabilities in a different country. For Stockton, and this is another one, working and thinking together as a group, that was for all the personal and social interaction aspect. For the cultural insight for Stockton University, my favorite part was getting to share the differences and similarities with the BUE group members. I found it interesting to be able to compare our cultures and understand how society views children in different parts of the world. So that covers the cultural insights. As to the social and personal interaction, talking with others from a different country was the best part for that student. So what about the aspects that they found challenging and they recommended some change to, or some modifications to that? Interestingly, when we asked the students to recommend or not to recommend, this module, this kind of activity for future cohorts, we find like mostly of them, the majority of students and most of them actually agreed on recommending and repeating this activity, and was, as we see, like the positive attitude of Stockton University was overwhelming compared to a little bit the British University. These are sample of students quote, yeah, I enjoyed doing this and would want to do something similar again from Stockton University. The project flowed very well. From Egypt, definitely, yes, sure, it was beneficial, yeah, with few tweaks. And coming to discuss the tweaks suggested by the students, we can actually get to, there were some issues that were repeatedly mentioned and frequently mentioned, and some that were occasionally mentioned, and both were actually very important. So I'm going to discuss both in terms of two major classification that has to do with the content and has to do with the process as well. For the content, the major issues that students recommended changing, and that is really important here because that should be taken into consideration when coming to design another activity. As you can see from the design of the activity, it was like they do the work on their own, and then they kind of exchange ideas about the work that's been done. They do it and they exchange ideas about that work that's already been done and been written and thought through in each group, in each culture. Students feel like, no, we need more to be actively engaged and collaborating more together. We want to have more something that we can share to do together as a task. So basically they would suggest tasks that would get them to be more actively collaborating, more creative, more engaged in meeting the task requirements, and to produce the required output together. So they wanted more interaction and less writing of assignments, and this basically sums up the opinion of students of both cultures and both universities and cohorts. This is, for example, what was mentioned by Stockton University students. I would recommend completing some of the assignments together and handing in one assignment rather than each writing up our own. For the BU University, perhaps we can work on the same problem instead of the group in each country picking their own, but tackle the cultural contextual aspect of it. Maybe we can do field research to collect information about the topic we choose, maybe even a qualitative one to compare people's experiences in both cultures. For that, they suggested the following projects, which are really very interesting to take into perspective when coming to design another activity. They wanted to do projects, and this word has been repeatedly mentioned in most of students' feedback. They want to create a movie, make a movie, an iMovie that they can share online, have fundraising activities, have school classroom inclusion project, have cultural portfolio to be presented to the United Nations. So that was really very ambitious and very interesting to see that students actually aiming for that type, kind of interaction. Research paper, qualitative research using photo voice to allow for people with disabilities to voice their experiences, school and institution portfolio, debate, individualized educational plans for specific cases representing both cultures, case study, and presentation to be done together. As to the process, the major points that were mentioned here is the lack of communication, the level and means of communication. Students from both universities suggested ways that would require both to get them to communicate more frequently and deepen the level of interaction. And interestingly, they suggested that it should be monitored by the module leaders, the frequency and the quality of which should be monitored by the university the module leaders of both universities. And this was frequently mentioned by BUE students on that part, and I'm going to explain why they had this kind of attitude. Major things, quotes from Stockton University is, I would recommend adding in a virtual component for the ILC. For example, having the students use Zoom to collaborate a bit more. For British University students, more interaction between the two groups. As to what was suggested in that specific issue, students suggested face-to-face video call when they get to see each other and depend less on texting using WhatsApp and stuff. They wanted more of seeing each other, like Zoom, FaceTime, Google Meet platforms. Create a virtual class as a channel for communicating feedback. And this actually was something that Dr. Helena and I we were considering to put into for the coming experimenting with the activities. Monitor interaction through designing specific assigned group contribution sheets, mandatory to attend certain number of sessions, and assignments based on collaborative discussion, writing, and presentation of work. There are minor issues that were mentioned as well, like sharing some rubrics assignment, sharing same rubrics assignment. Bear in mind, we were in control of what goes on in the modules. We shared things, but we did not have to abide by what should be shared. So everybody, I'm teaching year 3 and Dr. Helena teaching prep. So the rubrics for each might have been a little bit different. Mine is more of a sophisticated one compared to perhaps a prep year. Even me, if I'm teaching for prep year, the rubrics would be a little bit different. So more or less, they wanted that to be shared and unify ways of writing reports. So that was mostly said by students who love structure more. What is really important about the minor issues that were raised for the process was the time difference. That was a big issue. I think the time zones are a great problem. Honestly, the biggest issue was the time difference. And because of this time difference, perhaps Dr. Helena was not able to join us today. I know she would love to, but to her, this is about 5 a.m. in the morning. So we have 7 hours time differences. And that's a problem that we face also and we try to, between me and her, and we're trying to figure it out through different means of communication as well. So that was a very important point. Coming to the discussion, why students believed what they believed, and especially what we have here, we can say that overall students have positive evaluation of the experience as it expanded their knowledge of special needs children in America and in Egyptian culture, in the American and the Egyptian culture. They had exposure to students from a different culture and an explicit awareness of cross-cultural similarities as compared to differences. They gained experience in group work, and they also gained experience in creating and evaluating plans that utilize original and creative critical thinking skills. Why students from Stockton University were more positive than BUE students? Basically, BUE students are more acquainted with the USA issues. Like, we read Western books, we read Western publications. Finding research there is more easy than finding research about special needs that reflects the Egyptian community. So more or less, they were like acquainted with the issue that their counterpart might come up with. Also, the age differences, like we have seniors and freshmen. So that was a big gap at the time that actually they felt like different levels of, and the backgrounds, of course, given that those are psychology majors than other from different majors. Time issues were an issue. And also the different lifestyles. In Egypt, most students spent the majority of their time dedicated for studying. Stockton University students had part-time jobs, and that made to fund their education and stuff, for their educational fees and stuff. I know about that. So that made an issue because they were not as much accessible as their Egyptian counterparts would have loved them to be. What to be recommended is to increase the collaborative aspects of this collaboration in terms of varying the methods of engagement with use of multiple online tools and platforms. Require students discussion with both virtual face-to-face and discussion board posts that we can monitor, which gets to the point of faculty monitoring and facilitation of students' communication. Also include creative, meaningful projects. It's not just about writing something and discussing it. Students want to dig deeper into something that they get their hands dirty on, like data collection, analysis of data, and cross-cultural studies done here and there, which is really a very good opportunity for getting students to do research papers in that respect. So expand beyond only written assignments, provide meaning by having findings of projects presented at the level of an university or community, or even at a global stage, as they suggested. Increased use of the existing technology to add creativity in projects completion, something like creating websites or creating movies, since they like doing so. And basically that's all about it. I thank you for listening, and I would like to personally thank Dr. Helena Gerges for having the initiative to do this, and Professor Mohammed Taha, the Vice Dean of the Faculty, for providing all the support with the idea, taking it forward, and also for facilitating all the administrative and acceptance on the managerial level. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to get to. Thank you. So that's me done.
Thank you, Ms. Siva. Yes, it was a very, very insightful presentation.
Thank you.
She has covered a very, very well-designed experiment for actually executing COIL, the extensive analysis, which is well documented, and more importantly, the suggestions that have come up for this. So I congratulate the team for the bold and brave experiment, and sincerely hope that it will continue to the next level that they have been planning, and we'll get even more firmer insights into exactly how things should be done, so that we can have a framework based on that. So we have few questions.
I was like, sorry, I was like Dr. Garbor. I had a presentation of the students that I wanted to share, but I wasn't sure about my time. So I think if I have a couple of minutes more, if there's no many questions coming forward, I can share the presentation of the students as well.
Let's first complete the question, because there are a few questions.
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. Go ahead. Yes.
Are you able to see these questions, or should I read them out? Do you have control?
Do you want me to see the questions in the Q&A, right?
Yeah, it would be easier if you can read. It would be better answered.
Okay.
If you can. Can you see?
Yeah, I can.
Question?
Yes, yes. Okay. Starting from Richard Oma, he says, like, could there be some specific challenges faced by the students and instructors in your collaboration experience that you can share with us? How were you able to manage them? This collaboration was mostly like, it was based in my own university, in my own module and her. So it's like more bridges. So we're having like bridges between me and her in that collaboration, me and Dr. Helena. So in such a way, we were not really as much, I would say, like involved in every step of what is going on. So we were like, we get tasks, we had shared deadlines with the students, and we leave the students on their own. If they have anything, we create chat rooms for and WhatsApp groups for reporting any issues that they have. But I would like it to be more like on more deeper interaction between and Dr. Helena, as well as what the students suggest. Of the problems we faced is the time zone. Honestly, it was an issue, because we would have loved to have a class that where we all get to meet online, and we couldn't have this because of the time differences and the schedule of the students. So that was scheduled, but we never got to it. I would think like these are the most challenges we faced, but I think the challenges would increase if we get to have more collaboration that involves a lot of projects that the students are going to do. That was very much structured, but however, given students more activities of what they want to do, like getting to do movies or data collection and stuff, I think that would require lots of following up, and that would be a real challenge. But those are, so far, it flowed very well. It was very smooth. Dr. Helena was very cooperative, and students were really cooperating. I think one of the reasons why my students were not that much or less motivated, because they had very high expectations at the beginning, but by time they found out like we need more of that. That's why they had this kind of less. So I would assume like nothing as much appeared of a challenge, but I would expect more as we get to more deeper, lots of work to be done between both groups. Again, another question, what could have been the reasons of some of your PE students who could not recommend the course? It's a very few number of students, and they were like frustrated. Mostly their reasons why not recommending the course were like things like we did not communicate as much because the counterpart, their group counterpart were not responsive, and their responsive were or not as much responsive, and their responses were very short. And also perhaps of the challenges we had was the COVID-19 lockdown, which shifted the, like each university has its own measures for dealing with what happened. And as a result, what happened was there was shifting in the already reset schedule for submitting deadlines, which made students like submitting their work without those being, so it created a little bit of a confusion, especially at the final assignment, because they already done with their work, and it was like a bit of confusion happened there, and they had to reschedule. We had to reschedule things and consider it back again. And that was, I would say, the recency effect, which is last experience was a little bit frustrating, which made them think, no, we wouldn't go for this. But it's one or two of the whole cohort. So it's not exactly of the whole cohort. So it's not exactly, and we expect that to be the case. And it might be students that not exactly motivated to being in senior year. They don't want to do extra work. They just want to get done with the job and get the certificate and go home. And that would be mostly the attitude of students in senior years. They want just like no more challenges. We want to abide by what we already know, so we wouldn't have to go through risky experiences. So that could be one of the reasons as well. One other question, what was your experience, especially challenges from the student side with the use of rubric assignment in such a collaborative environment? I need to rephrase that. So what was the experience, especially challenges from student side with the use of rubrics assignment? All right, I think, as I say, like we created, it was structured in a way, the whole thing was structured initially, but as you go through the steps and through the weeks of teaching, we get to improvise a little bit. And my improvisation was creating the rubrics that was a little bit different than that was created by Dr. Helena. We shared it, but I think for some reason it was not taken by students from Stockton University. And this, I would say, one of the challenges that I myself experienced at answering your first question is that I don't know as much about what students from Stockton University, not as much about them, their opinion stuff, except by the reports that I receive from my student. So when I read my students' reports, I know what those other students said and what were their issues and what were. So I think I would love to have the opportunity to see the Stockton University students myself and interact with them and get to actually have it like arrows coming everywhere from student to teacher from here and there. And that was not exactly the case with this type of collaboration. So that was the issue of the rubrics. And mine was a bit detailed and a bit living up to the level of senior years. When they got to discuss the issues, like they found students from Stockton University writing reports that were different from what I required in my class in the final version of writing stuff. So that was like, oh, why didn't you write it so? They would say like, because we don't have that in the rubrics, but we have the rubrics. And then this kind of issue came, which is not exactly something to be kind of something, it's not serious, but it's something that we can consider next time when we have an opportunity to plan ahead for the activity. This activity actually got approval from the university here in Egypt to go on with this activity, which was as the beginning at the week one of starting already the module. So it was a hectic job getting things into place and organizing stuff as we go through the week. Dr. Pinjal says, what are the challenges in international learning collaboration for teachers? I think I answered that question. So far, I find challenges, as I mentioned, but it's nothing serious, nothing to make you think like, no, I don't want to do that again, especially if you have a counterpart who is understanding and flexible and understand the cultural context. And I say this was a very good collaboration and a very successful one. So that is all, Dr. Gabor, for the questions I have here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sawaf. It was really, really insightful presentation.
Thank you.
We now move on to the second presenter.
Okay.
The second presenter for today. Yeah. The second presenter for today is Khalida Akbar from University of KwaZulu Natal, South Africa. And the study that will be presented is on student reaction to e-assessment for controlled tests in a face-to-face environment in a human resource management module. So over to Ms. Khalida, and you may start your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Khalida Akbar. I am presenting a paper with myself and behalf of my colleague, Dr. Upasna Singh. And Dr. Upasna Singh would also be presenting a paper later on in the next session. So I'm certain that you would meet her as well and get an introduction. My paper today is based on students' reactions of e-assessments in a test setting in a face-to-face environment, in specifically a human resource management module that I was teaching at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. Within this module, we looked at the changing nature of work, the global context of work and higher education institutions and how they actually implement technology over the past year for specifically not just technologically based modules, but also management-based modules. Fortunately for us, the study was actually conducted just before the actual pandemic and the shift towards virtual learning. So we still had some interaction with students while we conducted the study. The study focused specifically on second-year human resource management students who were previously only assessed via pen-based assessments. The e-assessment was a very new concept to them, and therefore we ran a bit of a pilot study before our study, or our actual assessment, as a revision quiz or e-assessment to help students kind of set themselves up for or expect what's going to happen. The study also aimed at creating awareness for e-assessment so that faculties within our university or department or other universities could also understand that technological-based assessments are effective for all sets of modules across universities. The reason why this module was seen as a suitable kind of candidate is because the module was extremely huge. The class sizes for this module were approximately 600 to 800 students with one academic teaching the course. So when it came to assessments and evaluation of students, it was very cumbersome to mark assessments or interact with students and provide feedback timeously with these large amount of students with paper-based assessments. Originally, what had happened was one of the assessments would be an MCQ test and one a written long or short answer question test. Primarily what we used in the MCQ testing prior to online testing was an MCQ pencil and paper sheet where students would have to physically come into class, look at the questions on a paper and shade in specific answers on an actual answer sheet. This answer sheet was then marked by a specific machine or equipment that was used at the university so that throughput and feedback could be actually much faster than actual marking of the assignment. The problem that arose with these kind of assessments is that if students didn't use the correct HP pencil, or if they crossed or circled instead of shading, the answers were not actually picked up by the equipment being used, and the actual test could not be marked or had to be manually marked specifically. In 2016, we used Moodle. Up until now, we're using Moodle specifically at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where we adapted all our courses towards online learning, and we look towards learning management systems to improve how exactly we can have content delivery for students, monitor student participation, and also assess student performance specifically from Moodle, and how exactly we can help students benefit from an online platform. What are e-assessments? The term e-assessment looks at activities and digital technologies used for assessments. And the most important part of this slide is me bringing out that when we actually look at e-assessment, it's very important that we design delivery of assessments in a means that's very suitable to the module, suitable to the year of study of the student, and also something that transfers enough information to them so that they are able as students to use these online tools as an effective means of assessment for them specifically. So then I move on to a different definition to say that if teaching and is associated with resources that become electronic, it's extremely important that assessments will lead up to a route that align between the modes of teaching and assessment. So if we are using virtual learning, currently we need to make sure that we align our assessment methods very well, and we're very specific with the choice of assessment methods that we use that are in line, in fact, with our virtual teaching methods. There are many benefits, as you are aware of online learning for both online assessments for both academics and students. With this specific module and with the number of students, these are the kind of benefits we looked at in terms of time saving, reliability, whether or not it's, there's a variety, accessibility, implementation of corrective action, good feedback, and so forth. And when it came to students, we looked at flexibility, innovative methods, supporting materials being available online, and so forth. When we look at e-assessments in terms of the types of questions we asked, this specific software allowed these types of, specifically these types of methods of questioning students, which is multiple choice, true and false, fill in the blank, stimulation, and so forth. All of these methods are available on Moodle, but hence I say again that we need to go back to exactly what is our module? What method did we use during our virtual learning? What would we use during revision in our section, in our specific sections in the module? How did we interact with students on a face-to-face basis within virtual learning? What are they comfortable and capable with? And then choose a specific software support that is suitable for that module and setting. Okay, so these are the items that we look at specifically: video clips, recordings, text inputs for short answers, and so forth. With this specific study, we said, let's look at what do students want? Let's get some feedback in terms of what do students prefer. Do they prefer paper-based assessments or online-based assessments? So within this study, we specifically looked at the level of computer literacy. We looked at prior exposure to online assessments before our actual assessment, the overall oral experience with online assessments, and what are the perceptions and attitudes of students regarding e-assessment? What do they think should be done, and how can we improve ourselves best to assist them in terms of online learning? We used a mixed method approach. So we provided ourselves or obtained ethical clearance and consent from the university specifically, and gatekeeper's letter. And then we used purposive sampling for this module specifically, and a questionnaire was admitted post-assessment with maximum participation. So ideally, I had been present in the actual room of assessment or the LAN where computers were used for assessment. And as soon as students had completed the online assessment, I handed over the survey or questionnaire, and we had obtained an 85.2% percentage response rate for this. In terms of the methodological aspect of the paper, we used the TAM, which is a technology accepted model, and the UTAT model in terms of user acceptance and technology, and how exactly these frameworks can be implemented in our methods of online assessment. Okay, a questionnaire that was administered was done on paper and not online, and this was specifically done because students were very new to online assessments and online learning, and therefore we felt it's best that we actually made the questionnaire paper-based. So I actually physically handed them out for them to sign on it and write on it post the assessment, and we didn't expect them to complete this questionnaire online after the assessment. We analyzed this data online in terms of how students we had, which the sample size was 94 for that specific test. And that module for that specific sitting was at 94. The pilot test, like I mentioned, was a revision of quizzes that built up to the actual assessment and studying. And we looked at how many completed the online test, and we analyzed these questionnaires specifically using Microsoft Excel and SPSS data software. There were 4 specific sections in this questionnaire that we used. It was demographic, computer literacy, open-ended for views, and perceptions of e-assessment specifically that we were studying. So we looked at a kind of study whether or not students were male or female, their age group, and their current level of study. And we found that majority of students, even though it was a second year module, did second year, but a lot of the students, like 17% of the students, were third year and not first year students. And we looked at whether students even had access specifically to computers. Do they own a computer? Have they worked with computers before, and so forth. The open-ended question gave us a bit of review in terms of how can we help students with their specific opinions? What is their overall experience in terms of the quizzes? How can we improve the tools that they specifically used? And how exactly do they see themselves fitting into specifically this type of method? Within the questionnaire, we also used a Likert scale where we analyzed on a scale of 1 to 5 whether students were comfortable with using IT and with using technology for assessments. Were they able to concentrate? Do they think it was easier using a pen and paper? Is it appropriate for them? Do they like the method of multiple choice questions? And how exactly we could assist them to test their knowledge with IT specifically. Okay. Within our findings, we found that there was kind of almost a balance between students that agreed and disagreed with whether or not they should use online assessment, which was quite interesting for us because we had assumed that there would be a majority yes or majority no, and standing in a kind of almost balance of yes and no in between, we looked further into what was the reasoning behind this. So we went back to the open-ended questions and we said, what was the most predominant kind of findings we have? Firstly was that students said that they really liked the online revision quizzes, and this helped them as a pilot to prepare for the test. And for that reason, they were very happy with doing it. Some of them felt it was much more convenient and easier, and it helps with online modules and tests, and it should be done more commonly and more effectively. The preliminary findings looked at the e-assessments being less stressful. This was 68% of our findings. 84% of them found that e-assessment should be used throughout the university more commonly. 22% felt that they needed IT skills to use e-assessments. We needed to have provided more training and development, more facilities and more support structures for them. Online learning is more exciting to have a variety so that there's both online blended learning and e-assessment and not just one. And prior practice to self-assessment is very, very important. And secondly, some students or half of the students only thought that the time was adequate for online assessments. So when we came up with a bit of a cloud in terms of our findings, we found that students found that there were technical issues that they had. They were either convenient, added stress, they prefer being written. Some of them said good experience, faster, easier, better. So there was a balance of different types of opinions from the class of students that had conducted this, been part of the study rather. The limitations of the study was that the timing of the administration of the questionnaire was pretty long. So students were in the venue, and because it was pen-based after an assessment, it actually took about 1.5 hours to 2 hours to get them to complete this administration of the questionnaire. And students were becoming very restless and not actually willing to participate in that way. So the paper-based assessment was quite long. The security settings on the assessment were new. It was a new assessment. It was a learning process. So there is a lot of options with security settings, and it is advised that we learn more about it as well. Students who are not familiar with technology found this very difficult. Many students from the module stated that they had never owned computers before. They were never tested on computers before. And they found that just being put into an actual software system where their mark depended on it was very, very stressful and very challenging to them. Another aspect that was a limitation was the admin staff of our departments that were not familiar or not trained to use these form of assessment methods in terms of capturing marks, gaining access to students, gaining registers of students as well. And we looked at this being a limitation as well of the actual study. When we look at recommendations, we suggest that training of administrative staff should be done online in terms of online assessment. So admin staff need some sort of support in terms of how are we conducting our online assessments, what support can admin staff assist students with, and so forth. Revision quizzes need to be implemented on a consistent basis to prepare students so that they know what's expected of them come a final assessment. And we also need to create an awareness to academics within departments on online assessments and the commonality of things we do and a standardization method of things we do so that students are always familiar with specific processes and methods when conducting assessments or when being part of assessments. We need to train invigilators for e-assessments. So when students do come in, because in our university specifically, most students come in very often to use our LANs for actual online assessments, and there needs to be people that are trained around them to assist them in that venue if they need some sort of support. There need to be follow-up studies on assessments across all disciplines and across all universities to say, what do students want and how are we improving the methods we use for assessments specifically. When we look at the study as a whole, the study highlights that students are comfortable in adopting towards e-assessment, self-assessments, and also online learning. However, there's a concern from students in terms of e-assessment as a summative environment. They just feel as if within this findings that it is unfair, not so useful, and very stressful when marks are specifically involved. So ideally, they're saying that without training and support, they just find as if we should have online assessments that are not for marks, and that works better. And they would rather come in and do the pen and paper-based assessments when it came to just examination of the final module. Okay. And I'm just going to ask you now if you have any questions or suggestions for me. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Khalida. I have actually one question.
Okay, go ahead.
So you have talked about and you have studied the assessment, which is more of MCQ type.
Correct, yes.
Am I audible? Yeah, which
Yes,
is
you
more
are.
of MCQ type. Now,
Correct.
when we talk about higher education institutes like universities, number of subjects have subjective evaluation. Not
Yes.
all subjects we can assess using MCQ types, and we need to have some kind of a subjective evaluation. Have you, what is your take? Will this e-assessment can be furthered in order to also take subjective evaluation?
I think subjective evaluation is really very necessary. In this context of this study, it was a second-year based module, and it was quite suitable for using MCQ-based assessments. But if it was a third-year module, or it was a module that developed more evaluation, MCQ would definitely not be suitable. Or what I would have done in that instant is had 2 or 3 assessments, and one of them would have been MCQ, followed by a more in-depth kind of assessment to get more quality out of students and assessment. I hope that answers your question well.
Yeah, there is one question, looks to be, no, I think no more question in Q&A. Let me just
Okay, there is
confirm.
one question, the word cloud.
The word cloud indicate that majority of the students had good experience with your online assessment. What do you consider to have been key ingredients that propel the students to easily appreciate such a new intervention and experience?
Okay, so the key ingredients, in my opinion, was that many of the students pointed out in our questions that they did not own computers before the actual study at the university. They had not, being second-year students, they had no access to technology prior to university or had done any computer-based assessments or education at high school level. So coming into university for just 2 years, they were still very new to using technology and actually getting the one-on-one, basically, 101 on an introduction to technology. And for that reason, they felt that they are disadvantaging themselves, because if they were more well-equipped or trained to use it, they would actually find it more effective and more useful in that way. And also the accessibility to technology. Many of them don't have Wi-Fi access if they're not at the university facility, or don't have specific methods of learning how to use this and adapting it on their mobile phones, for example. So it's really looking at training and development and support structures, support from our tutors, our invigilators, myself as academics, to guide them along. And I think that would really assist. And I hope I answered that question. I see a hand up, Mr. Francis. Do you have a question for me?
Can he be unmuted? Should he want to ask? There's one more question in Q&A also.
Okay. Would you consider the use of Likert scale appropriate when getting participants' perceptions in the study like you did? I think that it was advisable for part of the study, and therefore it was used as one section only, and we left it open towards the demographic factors. I'm just going to quickly get to that slide quickly to show you. You can see this. When we divided the actual setting of the questionnaire, what we had done is designed it in a way where we had our computer literacy levels in a means of a Likert scale, but demographic information and open-ended would give us more an understanding of the specifically. I just hope I've answered your question well enough. I'm just going to go back to it 1 second. With students' perceptions, I don't think the Likert scale was specifically meant for student perceptions. We looked more towards the open-ended questions towards students' perceptions to see what were their personal opinions and experiences in that regard. Just checking if there are any more questions for me.
So, seems no more questions. So thank you very much for presenting an experiment. It always helps to know the student perception before venturing anything new, for example, like how you ventured into e-evaluation or e-assessment. So from that perspective, such experiments prove to be very, very valuable body of research. And yes, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
So we come to the third presenter for the day. I would request Fatima Zora Habeli, who is the doctoral researcher at Lemken University, Algeria, in Faculty of Letters and Foreign Languages, Department of English. And she will be presenting a study on online teaching at Algerian University during COVID-19, a blessing in disguise. So we are really eager to hear what that study states. So over to you, Ms. Fatima. Do we have the presenter amongst us? Do we have the presenter amongst us?
I think I cannot see the name of the presenter.
Yeah, even I can't see the name. That's what I was checking the participant list. And
yeah, I think we can close the session then, Dr. Prachi.
That's right. So if she has not joined, we can close the session. So thank you. I officially thank you on behalf of the conference, all the participants who have presented today, and all the attendees who are there to listen and to actively participate in today's session. Today's session was about essentially 2 presentations, and both the presentations were based on actual live experiments rather than just the data analytics. And that is the such empirical evaluations are always most welcome when we need to create or formulate models and frameworks. So I thank all the participants, all the attendees, and we close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prachi. I just want to confirm whether the answers of all the questions which are here in the Q&A are provided already. And if attendees have any question, please feel free to raise your hands.
Yes.
And we'll try to answer your questions. Okay, so I think there are no more questions and all the questions are answered. So we should move on to the next part of this conference. Thank you, Dr. Prachi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anand. Thank you very much.
It was interesting. We also learned a lot of insights from you when you started this particular session, where you were talking about different levels of the blended teaching and learning. It was very insightful, and also the 3 presentations. Thank you for all the presenters. The presentations were really nice. I could see solid research-based presentations in this session, which is very encouraging for all of us, because as practitioners, as educators, we need to research on our practice. I believe on research on practice. Any good practitioner will always research on their practice to get more insights, to reflect on the practice, to develop themselves, and to continuously enhance their skills. So research is not only for publications. Research is not only for proving that you're a good researcher. Researcher should help one to improve their practice also. So it's very important to carry on with the research, and I can see the evidences of good quality research being conducted in the area of teaching and learning. And as teachers, we should do research on teaching. This is something very important for all of us. So thank you everyone. Let us move to the next session now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's a little bit early for the next session because the next session is planned from 12 o'clock. One presenter, Dr. Fatima Zohra, was absent. So I think it's time we can take a break and we can come back at 12 o'clock for the next session, which will be chaired by Professor Omar H. Karam. So we should be taking a break and come back at 12 o'clock. Please feel free to go for lunch or whatever the time is there for you, or for some snacks, and come back at 12 p.m. GMT, about 45 minutes from now. Thank you all.
مبروك. صباح السلام عليكم يا غالي. الحمد لله يعني. ميرسي يا حبيبتي. استريح قوي. هو كان في الاخر ولادها يعني مسافرين، بس جه هشام، جه امبارح بالليل وكان حضر يعني وفاة ابنها التاني. الطيران ظهر مش
دلوقتي بحاول اكلمهم مش بتردي عشان اقول لك ان انا الفرد لسه على لايف في الكونفرنس اللي شادي عاملاه. هو موجود على اليوتيوب اللي هو اسمه الكونفرنس بتاع بي وبلو كريست جامعه في غانا وحاجات كده. If you want to see it live, you can see me live in 5 days. هم يتفقوا كده يعني ممكن حتى الشادية بتاعته. If you go to YouTube واكتبي الكلام ده هو on live حاليا. يلا مش نلعب. باي.
مع السلامة يا حبيبتي، نورتينا الفترة القليلة دي.
So good afternoon, everyone.
بس عندي مشكلة في الصوت.
We are starting the conference after the break now for the next session. So this session is about the existing or emerging technology for online and blended teaching. And we are glad that Professor Omar H. Karam has agreed to chair this session. Professor Karam has been the Dean of the Faculty of Informatics and Computer Science at the British University in Egypt. He has obtained his Bachelor's in Science in Electrical Engineering from Alexandria University, Egypt, and his MSc and PhD in Computer Engineering from North Carolina State University in USA. Professor Karam is on secondment since 2007 from Ain Shams University, Egypt, where he is a professor of information systems at the Faculty of Computer Information Sciences. He has extensive professional experience in ICT management because of his previous positions as Executive Director of the Egyptian Universities Network and Director of the Ain Shams University Research and Education Network. He's also worked for the National Telecommunication Institute in Cairo. In the private sector in Egypt, he was the Technical Director for Link ME and Project Manager with Unitra Communications. So I can see in his profile a very good mix of industry practice and industry experience along with the academics. Dr. Karam is the co-author and author of more than 60 reviewed publications in international scientific journals and conferences. And he is an elected member of the Electrical and Computer Engineering Honor Society, IEEE HKN. So this particular session has also, again, like the previous sessions, 3 speakers, which we have selected based on the peer review. There are three topics which are like online education that connects adopting technology to support feminist pedagogy, a reflective case study by Dr. Upashana Gitanjali Singh from the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa. Then we have exit tickets engaging students in online classes from Dr. Mary Serag Ildain Solomon from British University in Egypt. And then we have pushed out of the sanctum, retaining the teacher and the students' voices through online teaching from Professor Heba from Alexandria University in Egypt. So I welcome the session chair. I welcome all the presenters and the attendees and panelists in this session. So Dr. Omar, please.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes,
can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, sir, for this introduction. This is very kind of you. The session we have is using the existing or emerging technology for online and blended teaching. And as you all know, suddenly e-learning and education technology has taken the limelight and has really jumped at the forefront of our interests over the past year. And with the current circumstances, we found ourselves having to deal with this immediately, whether we had the previous experience or not. And since we did have to deal with it, suddenly everybody, had to learn very fast. And I think most of us, from our experience here, at least at the British University in Egypt, we dealt with it very well, actually. Everybody was really prompt and adamant to learn very fast. But overall, of course, the technology also has improved and came a very long way in the past couple of years. And in the past year, since necessity is the mother of invention, so many ideas have come up and so many experiences were gained within a short period of time that we have become very familiar with the online technology and with the digital technologies to enhance, to assist, to promote better learning and a better learning experience for our students. Of course, there have been, there still are issues when dealing with the students online, how they're going to learn. We have to adapt all our old techniques to, and our experiences, even our speech. We had to adapt it to the new environment. For example, remote experimentation was something that we didn't think much about. Yes, it was there. We were fascinated by its capabilities, but we never applied it heavily. And now it's heavily in demand. I know some faculties were able to employ the remote experimentation capabilities, and they managed to take everything online. Some other faculties could not do that. Yes, for example, in the physics area, we were in our faculty, in my faculty at least, we thought that simulators would do the trick. So simulators took over the physics lab. Given that, we introduced some changes in the modules coming after that, which this course was a prerequisite for, so that they will compensate for that knowledge in later modules. But in other specialties, whether engineering or dentistry or any of these, it's remote experimentation is not an option for some of them. So lab simulators came very strongly into on the scene. And then there's this incredible interaction software that we're using right now to interact with each other, which is great. I rarely used it before. When we first lectured using it, it was kind of odd, but we got used to it. We're trying to maintain the strength of the learning experience for the student. There are difficulties in the face-to-face. More difficulties than the face-to-face to explain, to interact. But that's where new technology and existing and emerging technology kicks in and takes a big role. And this role will increase. Even after the withdrawal, hopefully, of the corona problems, the role of the emerging technologies for online and blended teaching will definitely increase. And we are relying on them now. We will not go back. We may mix it with the traditional face-to-face teaching and instruction, but we will find new ways and better ways to implement, and we are relying on technology, and there's no going back. With this, please allow me to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Upasana Gitanjali Singh. He will be presenting online education that connects adopting technology to support feminist pedagogy, a reflective case study. Dr. Singh is a senior lecturer, College of Law and Management Studies, School of Management, Information Technology and Governance at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, in South Africa. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Karam, for that introduction. No problem. Thank you, Professor Agarwal, for the invitation, and greetings to all of you from Durban, South Africa. As I was introduced, I'm a senior lecturer in the discipline of information systems at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban. And today I'm going to be sharing my experiences with you based on the implementation of feminist pedagogy in the online classroom as we were forced to adapt during COVID-19. So the picture that you're seeing in front of you is very typical of most face-to-face institutions. So at University of KwaZulu-Natal, we have approximately 50,000 students, 2,500 academic staff. And in the module which I commonly lecture, or one of the modules which I lecture, is a first year level module. And we have approximately 1,000 to 1,200 students across 2 campuses for this module. So our class sizes in the face-to-face classroom are pretty large. We have approximately 350, sometimes 400 students per session. When COVID-19 came along, we suddenly had to transition to online learning. And I think, like everybody else, it was a great shift for all of us. One of the major aspects which we found difficulty in, besides the technological aspects, was trying to identify or understand who were the students in our classroom. So if you look at this picture carefully, you can see that just the visual clues, knowing who your students are, tells you who the diversity is in your classroom. For example, I can see the number of females, the number of males. I can see the ethnicity of the students in the classroom. And it helps me to gauge how I should design my lectures so that I can reach out to as many students as I can during the session itself. When we try to take this diversity into the online platform and try to identify this diversity in the online platform, we're looking at aspects of background, culture, ethnicity, religion in some cases, gender, age depending on who your students are, the country of origin if you are dealing with international students. And then, of course, for us in the African region, what's most important is the social and the economics backgrounds of our students, because that really influences how they engage in the online environment. And then, of course, we don't forget the students who may have disabilities. So prior knowledge, experience, and preferred learning styles can also affect the diversity present in your classroom. Knowing whether your students prefer to learn through visual means, through oral means, through kinesthetic means, there are different types of learning style models that you can use to determine their preferred learning styles. In the online environment, we are trying to encourage the constructivist format of learning so that students start engaging with the material, and then they're able to help each other along the journey of the learning process. The aim, of course, when we're trying to understand the diversity in our classroom, is to identify which of the students fall into the majority category so that we can try to meet their needs within the design of the program itself, but of course not excluding the other forms of learning that might take place in the classroom itself. So the most common form of learning styles that's used, or the most common questionnaire that's used to identify learning styles, is known as the VARK questionnaire. And in the VARK questionnaire, there are simply 4 categories of learning styles that students can be classified into. That's visual, oral, read and write, and kinesthetic. The VAR questionnaire is available free online, so typically I use this at the beginning of my sessions or the first time I meet my students. I get them to take this questionnaire, and when they take the questionnaire, the results are then summarized to them. Unfortunately, those results are not sent to me as the academic, so I get the students to then complete a poll, and I would ask them to identify which of the 4 categories are most prominent as their learning styles. So in an effort to try to get some engagement in today's session here, for those of you who are willing to engage, I'm going to ask you to take out your mobile phones. I'm assuming that majority of you are listening to this presentation on your laptop. So you can take your mobile phone, get to the internet browser on your mobile phone, and join us by typing out slido.com on your internet browser. It will then ask you to type out the hashtag for the event, which is Blue20, all in small letters. And once you've typed it out, you will see a poll that is available on your screen, and you can simply respond to that poll. So just to give you a brief background, visual learners are learners who like graphics, images, videos, those kind of things where they have lots of color to attract them. Oral learners are people who like to listen, so somebody who likes to listen to a lecturer explaining concepts to them. A read-or-write learner is a learner who prefers to read through notes, read through textbooks in order to grasp the concepts. And kinesthetic learners are learners who like to learn through action, through movement, and those kind of activities. So thank you. I can see that one person has started responding. And on the top here, I can see the results of the poll. So currently we have 1 visual learner. We have 22 people attending currently. So I would like to encourage a few more of you to please participate in the poll. The instructions again, join us at slido.com through your internet browser. And then the hashtag for the event is Blue20. Okay, I'm going to leave the poll open for another 10 or 20 seconds to see whether we can get a few more responses. Thank you. So we have kinesthetic as well present in the classroom, or in the session, I should say, sorry. Visual, good. Okay, another 10 seconds, counting down. Okay. Interesting. We now have a good split because we have read-or-write learners coming into the play as well. Okay, thank you everybody for participating. I'm going to close this poll at this point due to time constraints, but as we can see, the majority of the participants today are visual learners. Some like read and write, some like kinesthetic, and interestingly enough, we have no oral learners in the session today. Okay, which means that we are now, if this was my normal classroom, I would have to make sure that besides my normal lectures that I present to my students, where I have to include the oral components and the visual components, I also have to think about how I assess my students, because assessments also form a very important part of the learning process. So I would have to design questions that would support learners who are visual learners, so that they can express themselves either through the forms of diagrams, or they can answer questions which are image-based, diagram-based, and so on. Okay, so that is one of the first aspects that I try to implement in my classroom to help me to implement what is known as feminist pedagogy. And feminist pedagogy, according to researchers and according to people who are practitioners in feminist pedagogy, states that we need to try to focus on engaged teaching, engaged learning, and allowing students to continually reflect on their learning process throughout the module that they are taking. It's grounded in feminist theory, and students are no longer simply passive consumers of knowledge. So I'm no longer the sage on the stage, irrespective of how much I know about the topic. In that respect, I need to foster mutual respect in the classroom. I need to develop a shared responsibility for learning, and I also need to try to encourage students to empathize with each other, especially in this new environment, which is the online environment that we're in. So to encourage interaction, some of the ways in which I tried to implement this in the modules that I taught during this semester was to implement informal discussions where students get to know each other, and also to learn a little bit about their respective backgrounds and perhaps also their learning goals. I also get students to post an image of themselves so that I have a visual clue of who I have in the classroom. I no longer have that ability to simply glance through the classroom to see the diversity. And many of our students are reluctant to switch their videos on during the online sessions. So creating a discussion forum where we get them to post their image also helps them to feel like they are part of the session itself and to create a social presence. And then of course, I've spoken about the use of the VARC framework. So here you can see a brief overview or a brief example of how I get my students to participate in discussion forums, which are more socially based discussion forums. So I introduce myself, and then I give them a 24-hour period in which to introduce themselves. In this particular module, I implemented this prior to the start of the first session for this module, so that I had a vague idea of who my students were in the classroom itself. And we can see that some students are quite creative, like I have a student here who didn't post a picture of himself, but rather shared something which gave me an idea of the creativity and innovation present in the classroom as well. Okay, another way in which I get students to engage with me and helps me to understand the diversity is that we all know students sort of addicted to their mobile phones. If you ask them to take out a selfie, they'll be more than happy to take out a selfie than to engage with you in the classroom itself. So I found this very effective is I got the students to say, oh, I explained to the students, are we going to take a class photo today of the class of 2020? So for those of you who are wanting to be part of the class photo, please switch your videos on for 2 minutes. We'll take the class photo and we'll put it off. And amazingly, students who were reluctant to switch the videos on to engage with me were more than willing to switch their videos on to take off this class photo. So what I found was that after this class photo, people were more encouraged and they were more happy to switch on their videos and engage with us. I think it broke the ice that I don't have to worry about how I look because everybody else in the classroom looks the same. You know, whether I have a casual dress or whether I have a bad background or those kind of things, those inhibitions went away. Okay, just getting some feedback from my students in terms of formal feedback. I tried to look at ways in which diversity was addressed in the classroom itself. And here we have some results of a very brief survey which I did with them. So we can see that students didn't find that the gender of their fellow students or their own gender affected their learning. But here, the race and the gender of the lecturer had minimal effect. The economic status had minimal effect, but students felt that they were challenged to explore something new. Okay, so there was an equal distribution in terms of whether students felt challenged in the online classroom. Okay, then we move on to the concept of engaged learning. And in engaged learning, one of the methods in which I try to engage students in the learning process was to expose them to special guest lectures by local and international experts and practitioners. In particular, the topics that I lectured in this semester were for a third year level module were IT strategy and IT consulting. And we found that students engaged with these guest lecturers very well. One of the ways in which they found the engagement process really good was that they were exposed to international environments. They had to consider, and I think one of the presenters in the previous session spoke about the time difference. So if we had to adjust class times to suit the international guests, the accents of different lecturers, the cultural backgrounds of different lecturers. And this helped them to get a more global and international context to what they were studying. So this brought in the oral aspect to the learning process. And here I have a very short video clip of one of the guest lecturers who we had, who was from Mauritius.
So I'm very happy I visited Durban a few times, at least once. I've been to South Africa a lot of time. I love this country, and it gives me immense pleasure to be with you this morning. And I'm really looking forward for this. I don't call it a lecture. I think it's a sharing session. So I'm more of a strategist. So what I work with companies, and I work obviously as director of studies, but I also do quite some work, you know, in the field of strategy. I speak.
Okay, all I wanted to share with you there was you can see how students were exposed to somebody from an international environment, somebody who had a different accent to how we usually speak, and also somebody who was able to share with them his practitioner's implementation of IT business and IT strategy. Okay, so that was one example.
As your guest lecturer today. So.
Okay, once again, informal feedback from the students in terms of the engagement process. We find that students were still communicating and engaging with each other outside the classroom. Activities or through the use of the social platforms that they had for engagement.
Closing note 2 إلا ربع 4 إلا ربع.
Okay. Then we also had students. We also had students who collaborated with each other outside the live sessions which we had. We had students who found that they learned from other students during the discussions that were held in the live classroom sessions, and I'll speak about how we got them to engage in discussions. They seldom disagreed with the point of view of other students in the class, and I feel that this is an area where I need to work on a little bit better, because we perhaps need to engage them in terms of critical engagement with other students. And I was happy to note that quite a number of students in the classroom felt that they had their own voice, even though it was an online environment, with majority of their time their video switched off, their audio switched off, but they felt comfortable discussing and engaging in the online environment. Okay, how I got them to interact with each other was through the use of breakaway sessions. I found this very useful. At the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Zoom is the preferred platform for the online sessions. So one area that I found students engaging in was when we broke them up into smaller groups, and this was not a very big class. It was a class of about 34 students, but still students were very reluctant to engage orally and using the video when we were in a large group. As soon as I broke them up into breakaway groups of about 3 or 4 students, I found that the interactions between them and me and between them and fellow students in the classroom was much better. And when they came back into the main room, students were much more comfortable to discuss with their peers what had happened in their small breakaway rooms. So this helped to engage students in the oral environment. And we often used case studies, and we used images and so on, which we would share with the students, give them a few minutes to read through and then to engage in the discussions during the breakaway sessions itself. So once again, I have a little video clip here to show you how the students used to engage with each other during the sessions.
And I think also the consulting industry did drop, but it wasn't like a very major drop. Like it was a short-term drop because, excuse me, after the pandemic, when all these businesses started realizing that they need to change the way they are going to go about things and move to an e-commerce platform, then there were a need for consulting agencies again. And I think that is why it was like a short-term decrease in revenue, not a very major decrease. And after the pandemic.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there, but you can see that the student felt comfortable speaking to me and speaking to their fellow students during the breakaway sessions itself. So preliminary student feedback, when we looked at shared responsibility and shared learning, one of the areas in which students felt that they were encouraged in was to take responsibility for their own learning in the online environment. There was no longer somebody standing there and pushing them to make sure that they understood the content. They had to take an active role in the process. And I was very encouraged when I saw that students found the online environment, the way in which it was structured, encouraging mutual respect between the lecturer and fellow students. They also considered the well-being of other students in the online environment, and this was important because one of the principles of feminist pedagogy is about developing empathy for fellow students in the classroom itself. Okay, so in terms of shared responsibility for learning, the implementation of a group assignment where I got students to work together. In this group, students were not able to select their own group members, but rather they had to form a group with members that I had pre-allocated to them. So this, I was worried was going to pose a bit of a challenge because students are online, they're not able to meet each other. But quite amazingly, we had no problems in terms of the grouping structures, and students got to know other students in the classroom who they didn't regularly communicate with. We also found that during this shared responsibility of the learning process through the group assignment, students developed this empathy for fellow students who had issues with regard to access, with regards to not having good technology, but still ensuring that the task was completed. So one of the little leeways that I gave them in this assignment was for the presentation aspect of the assignment, I said, if they think that they might have a little bit of a problem in terms of connectivity or data access on the day of the presentation, out of the 5 group members, a maximum of 2 would be allowed to record their portion of that presentation. So in that way, students who did have difficulties were able to still participate in the presentation process, but they would participate in the question and answer session through oral communication. And this worked really well because we had a few groups who had some of their members submitting recorded presentations as part of their presentation process. So in this particular activity, we were catering for basically all types of learners. There was the visual learner who was able to use graphics, the oral, the read and write, and then of course the kinesthetic was depending on how demonstrative and how dramatic you are in your presentation, you can make your presentation as dramatic as possible. So here's a very short video clip of the highlights of the presentations, and you will see that different students were able to use different types of presentation tools. So we had some students who used PowerToon, some students who used PowerPoint. And for me, this was quite an eye-opener because I realized that if you don't prescribe for your students, their creativity and the innovation then comes on board. Okay, my apologies, but I seem to be having a little bit of issue playing this video. Okay, it should work now. So as we can see, this group used PowerToon and they had quite an animated demonstration. Here we had a diverse group of students. Okay, then of course we used the class photo just to get the engagement going. This was a very small group, a group that had problems with their presentation. So that group had video recordings included. And the idea here was that once the presentations were over, I created this little video clip and I shared it with the students so that they could also see how their presentations went. And it also made them feel like they were part of the classroom itself. So just some qualitative feedback that we got from students in this particular module. Remember, I was sharing this module, so I only saw these students for 6 weeks, and this was taken at the end of my 6 weeks. What was interesting for me was that the majority of the students found or stated that the role of the lecturer in this particular module was a facilitator rather than a lecturer. Their role was more of an active learner, and they found that the classmates' role was more collaborative learners in the classroom itself. Okay, the aspects that they enjoyed the most was the guest speakers and their live video presentations where they were able to share experiences and knowledge about the theoretical concepts that they learned in the module. This is quite interesting for me. I enjoyed having a female lecturer after many other modules had male lecturers, and I think this highlights a point that we all, which is an area which I'm very passionate about, and that's the gender digital divide, that there are not many females in STEM. There are very few females in IT. So this came to me as quite a surprise. And then of course we had very interesting responses, like students who didn't like the early morning lectures, and early morning was 9 a.m. So it wasn't an 8 o'clock lecture or a 7 o'clock lecture, but still students didn't like having to come online at 9 a.m. in the morning. So those were some of the feedback that I got from the students in terms of the engagement process and how the implementation of feminist pedagogy went. I just want to share this quotation which I found from an article which I was reading recently, which says, "Online learning is a new social process that is beginning to act as a complete substitute for both distance learning and the traditional face-to-face classrooms." Now, mind you, this article was written way back in 2015. And here we are at the doorstep right now of online learning, or the implementation of online learning, and at the doorstep of blended learning. So we have to understand that when we are doing online, or we are implementing online learning, it's about trying to implement the social process of learning and not just sage on the stage form of learning. Okay, I would like to just end this presentation by directing you back to the Slido platform and just asking you if you have found anything interesting in today's session, or if anything stood out for you in today's session, and I hope something has piqued your interest slightly. If you can please respond to the poll that is currently up. It's a word cloud poll. What was your one takeaway, or the one aspect that stood out for you from this presentation on feminist pedagogy? Okay, thank you everybody for listening. I would end my formal presentation here, and hopefully as we get responses, this word cloud will build up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, Dr. Upasana. I think we have a question in the chat, and it's from Richard Uma. Could you be having some mechanisms of monitoring students' engagement or involvement during the breakout sessions?
Yes, thank you, Richard, for that question. So I'm not sure whether you have used breakaway sessions previously, but the breakaway sessions in Zoom allow you as the host to move, excuse me, to move between rooms in the session itself. So when you move between the rooms in the session, you are able to monitor students' participation. So in the example of the video that I displayed, I had just joined that particular room, and I found that the students were not engaging as much as I wanted them to. So I prompted them by asking a question, and I got them to start speaking. Thereafter, I moved to another room. So during the 20 or 25 minutes that I allocate for the breakaway sessions, I move from room to room as the lecturer, trying to see how well they are engaging, and if they aren't engaging, prompting them to engage. The other way of measuring the level of engagement is when they come back into the main classroom by asking them questions. So besides just presenting what they just discussed in the breakaway rooms, if you ask specific questions using cold calling out to the students, you're able to see how well that engagement happened. So whether a person was able to contribute to that group discussion in the breakaway room, if they were, then they would be able to contribute back in the main room itself. So those are some of the ways in which I try to monitor engagement.
Yeah. Oh, right. Can you hear me? Yes. We have room for another one question. There's a remark from the chat from Nagwa Sulaiman. All panels. Can you give the students a questionnaire about the type of material they enjoy in the module? Do you change the material according to their choices? When you give the students a questionnaire about the type of material, do you change the material according to their choices?
I assume you're asking about the response to the learning styles, and so if they prefer a visual learning style, and what I would do. So as you would probably understand, in a single classroom, you will have all kinds of learners. So you need to still cater for visual, oral, read and write, and kinesthetic. You can't cater only for the majority. But if you do find that the majority of the learners are visual learners, then yes, I do change the material. So I try to incorporate more videos, I try to incorporate more cartoons, images, diagrams for the explanation process, because that might help students to understand the concepts better. So I'll give you an example in the programming module, which I've just completed right now. Besides the recorded videos where we had PowerPoint slides with textual notes on them, I gave them demonstrative examples of how to implement that particular programming code. So if we were teaching them basic programming of how to create a calculator, then I would go through the steps with them using a visual method of how you would complete that particular task or activity, and then direct them also to other examples that are freely available through Khan Academy or YouTube or wherever there are free resources that would help them to understand the concepts better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can begin listening to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Opasana. This was very, very nice of you, and it gave a nice overview of what you're doing there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
The next presentation is exit tickets, engaging students in online classes, and it's presented by May Sirajuddin Sulaiman, Lecturer and Staff Development Coordinator, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Department of English Language and Literature at the British University in Egypt. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Professor Omar. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank everyone for the excellent presentations they have given. I'm sure we're all going away with some nice ideas. I'll start with mine, and I hope you find it as useful as I did with the presentations I've attended. So I'm starting to share my screen. Okay, so my presentation is exit tickets, engaging students in online classes. And the outline for my presentation, I'm going to start with some of the challenges that we face in online teaching. Then I move on to defining what exit tickets are. And I'll review 4 applications that I have used as to create exit tickets activities. And finally, I will answer questions if you have any. With the move to the online classes and the online teaching, I think we all had the challenge of preparation time, because we need a lot of time to prepare for the classes and to visualize everything that's going to happen during the class in order to make sure that our students can grasp the ideas that we want to deliver. Also, the technical support. We need to have some technical information in order to help us with the construction of the class itself, and in order to help our students as well, because sometimes they have technical problems that we need to address in order to sustain the class. And with the use of computers and the internet, they do have the browser where you share your material with them open, and they have other browsers as well, which distracts them and they are not following you at the end. Keeping track of the students' progress, I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we all as teachers face, because we don't feel like we are in full control. We don't see our students, and we don't get to see their faces or interact with them. We keep calling their names all the time, checking whether they are there or not. It turns into like a modern kind of session where you keep asking, are you there? Do you hear me? If you can't use your mic, please type 1 or type 2 or something like this, in order to ensure that they are online. So sometimes it turns really funny. So I thought, why not employ the exit ticket technique that we used to employ in traditional face-to-face classes. The exit ticket is a simple activity where students produce written responses to a question posed by the teacher at the end of the class. It serves as an informal assessment where you get kind of feedback from the students if they understood a certain concept or not. It provides feedback on teaching and learning, because if some of your students or a big number of your students answered or give a wrong response to a question, it might mean that you have not delivered the concept really accurately. Also, it drives students to reflect on the lesson and to synthesize information that they have learned through the class. A very famous example would be, write down one important thing that you have learned today, one concept that you understood well, and one concept that you feel you don't fully understand. And from there, you can work on what they have learned and what they haven't, and address their needs later on. And typically, the activity shouldn't take a long time, maybe 5 to 10 minutes towards the end of the class, or maybe a little bit more, 15 minutes if you're just going to give feedback. So I thought, why not use this, but online? And to do this online, I had to use different online applications. The first one I used is Padlet. I'm sure most of you know Padlet. Padlet is a shared collaborative whiteboard that you can share with your students, where both of you can share content. It's excellent if you are brainstorming a topic. However, I used Padlet in a little bit different way. I'm going to show you one of my Padlets and how I used it. This is one of my Padlets. I'm teaching a functional grammar course, and the best setting for this course is to see the students face to face and to give them paper and pen exercises where they get to answer and you give feedback. You can have a lot of activities, whether pair activities, group activities. You can make it interactive, but the best thing to do is to give them like paper and pen exercises where they get to answer and you get to give feedback.
Are you sharing your screen? Can you share your screen, because we can't see your slides actually?
I'm sorry, just one moment. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, so this is the Padlet that I have created for my students. As I said, I'm teaching a functional grammar course. And in my functional grammar course, I used to have like exercises, paper and pen exercises, where my students get to answer on a paper, and you get to give them feedback. And with the turn to the online classes, I had to use Padlet. So here, for example, I turned this paper and pen exercise into a Padlet, where these are the questions here. In this class, I have 32 students. So in order to make their life easier, I just use their names in the sentences of the exercises. So they just go onto the Padlet, they log in, and they scan the Padlet quickly for the sentence with their name. And they can simply answer by commenting on the sentence in which their name is mentioned. And what's beautiful about Padlet is that you can grade. For example, here you can give full 5 stars if the answer is correct, or you can give, for example, 4 or 3 stars if the answer is faulty in somehow, or simply you can comment and give feedback like I did here if there is an error in the answer or something. What's also very useful about Padlet is that you can share it easily with the student, and at the same time you can save it as a PDF file. If you export it, you can save it as a PDF file or an image, and you can upload it on their e-learning page or share it through email. So it doesn't go away. It's saved for them to revise their sentences or to revise their answers and to get feedback when they need. Padlet as a tool is actually very interesting and very useful. It's free. It's easy to share and to design. It doesn't take much time, so you don't fall into long preparation time. It can be saved, as I said, as a PDF or a picture, and it's gradable. You can grade the answers of your students and give comments. In my opinion, the con is that you're only allowed 3 Padlets in the free version. But again, you can work around this. You can always erase the old Padlets, especially that you save them as PDF files or as images, and you can create new. My advice or my tips for anybody who's going to use Padlet is to explore the options in the settings, because you have more controls. You can even approve the posts of the students before you allow them to be posted on your board. And also, you should always ask your students to sign up so you don't get any anonymous users. You just get the students to sign up with their names so you know who you are giving feedback to, and you can keep track of the students' answers and progress. The second application I used as to create exit tickets is ClassPoint. ClassPoint is a very interesting application that we all can use. And what's very nice about ClassPoint is that it doesn't need you as an instructor to close your PowerPoint and go to a website and create an activity and so on. If you download the application itself, it's downloaded as an add-in and it's added to your PowerPoint. So it's there in your PowerPoint and it's incorporated. Here, for example, you will see that at the top of my PowerPoint, in the toolbar, there is this a tab which is called ClassPoint, and these are the controls of ClassPoint. So I simply insert the question or type the question I want on my slide like this, and I insert the options that I want, and simply I click on the multiple choice tab. It adds this tab to my slide, and it opens the controls on the right hand side, and from the controls you can decide on the number of options, the correct answer, and so on. In the presentation form, once you click on the multiple choice, the students, they just see the screen with a pin that they just need to enter, and they can interact with your PowerPoint. They answer, and you can see how many of them chose the correct answer, how many chose the wrong answer, and you also have a leaderboard, like a competition mode, so you can see who did well across all the questions that you have typed on your slides. What's very nice about it as well is that you can insert the results as a slide inside in your PowerPoint. So you can have it in your PowerPoint, and you find details even about who answered correctly, who didn't, with all the details in their answers and everything, so they can revise their answers later on, and you can keep track of their progress. ClassPoint is actually very easy to design and to share with the students as well. They just need to log in. They only need to log in, use the PIN, and they are good to go. And it's free. There is no need for you to open another web browser. And you have this competition mode, which makes it more of a game. And they have excellent technical support. So whenever you have a question, whenever you feel that something is not right, you just email them. They answer promptly. What is not that good about it is that it only allows you, the free version allows you 5 questions per deck per PowerPoint. But I think if you're using this as an exit ticket, this should be more than enough. You're not going to include more than 5 questions. And it allows you, allows a class of 25 students only. So if you have a small class of 25 students or less, then you will be fine. If you have more than 25 students, the rest will not be able to interact lively with the PowerPoint. You can ask them then to type their answers in the chat box in Zoom or in Teams. Usually I ask my students to use their full names when they log in order for me to be able to track their progress and to be able to give feedback as needed. The third exit ticket, the third application that I used for an exit ticket is the popular Microsoft Forms. And in my opinion, Microsoft Forms is a very nice application. It's very easy. You can never go wrong with it. It saves time, it saves effort, and the students do not find any challenges using it. So you just log into Microsoft Forms and you can start building your quiz very easily. You have a number of questions to question types to choose from. Multiple choice, text, even ranking and file upload. And what's very nice is that you can also share the responses with the students as you go. I'm going to share with you one of my forms used as an exit ticket. This is one of my forms used as an exit ticket. And what you do is that you just give them some time to answer, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, depending on how long your activity is. Here I had only 2 questions, and I do share the responses with them, and we do analyze the responses together to see who answered correctly, who had a mistake, and if they need a little bit of more explanation or feedback on that, you can do that easily. Also, you can download the reports to your computer, and this is very good. So you can tally them at the end. You can see how well your students are doing. An important thing is in the setting, because in the setting, you can edit the setting a little bit so that you require your students to record their names and to have only 1 response per person, so that you would guarantee that you know the names by the end of the activity to be able to address the needs of the students as necessary. Microsoft Forms, of course, is easy and it's totally free. You don't need to worry about any other types of paid plans. The reports of the students on performance can be easily downloaded to your computer and even manipulated in Excel. You have different types of questions, and this is actually very good. So even if you want to add an open-ended question, it will allow you. There are very few technical problems. I haven't actually faced any. Maybe one of the students would tell you, I cannot open the form. It just needs them to use another browser or just close the browser and reopen it, it solves the problem. And the concept applies also to Google Forms. So if you don't have access to Microsoft Form, the same concept applies to Google Form, and you can use Google Forms for the same goal. I haven't seen any cons for it actually. So I think this is one of the practical applications that you can use. Also ask your students to log in with their university or school emails. So it helps when you want to record their emails or to record their names for your reports. And the settings are important, as I said, so that you would be able to follow their progress. The final application I used is the Kahoot. Kahoot is a very interesting application. It's a game-based learning platform that's used to generate multiple choice questions that can be accessed either through the browser or the application. As an instructor, you can create as many Kahoots or quizzes as possible, and you can share it with your students by starting the game and giving them the spin. You are sharing with them the screen, the one with the question at the top and the options, and they see this one here on their mobile. So they just click the color of the choice that they think the answer is. And it's a competition based on who answers fast and correct, of course. So it's very engaging for the students. And what's good about it is that you can download reports and they actually give you a very detailed report about who answered how many, what type of questions were answered correctly, what type of questions were answered incorrectly, the time, everything. So you have a detailed report about the progress of your students. Also, you can view the podium at the end to see who answered the fastest and consistently correct throughout the class or throughout the activity. So it's for you as an instructor, this is very important. Kahoot is actually very nice because students like it. You have high student engagement. It's easy to design and share to some extent, and there is a free version, of course. And the reports of the students' performance are really detailed, so you get to benefit from those. In my opinion, the drawback is that it's a speed game. Sometimes the students, they just want to win. So they answer fast at the expense of accurate. There are only 2 types of questions in the free or the basic plan, which are MCQs and true and false. If you need to incorporate more types of questions, you need to upgrade and subscribe to one of the paid plans. And also the questions can only be up to 120 characters, so you need to be wise with phrasing your questions. As a teacher, I always provide a brief training for my students at the beginning if I'm going to use Kahoot, because sometimes they get overwhelmed. They don't get to know where to answer and which screen should they be watching. They should be watching the screen that you're sharing with them, and they should be answering from their mobile phones. So it needs a little bit of training at the beginning. Also, the timing of the questions must be done carefully. You're allowed from 5 seconds to 4 minutes. So you want to decide on the time of the question carefully in order not to disadvantage them. And again, I always ask my students to download the app on their mobiles and to log in with their full names so that I would be able to track their progress. Because we don't have time to demonstrate how these applications really work or how you can use them and create activities if you wish to, I'm going to share video tutorials for the 4 applications in the chat box. So if you need to help with creating any of the activities through the application, you would find that useful. These are the links to the video tutorials I will share in a moment. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. May.
Thank you.
I believe this was an excellent presentation. Thank you. We have a question from Richard Uma. Any clue on the type of language expression or expression you use when the student's response is poor or wrong?
Well, I don't say it's poor or wrong. I first highlight what's correct in their answer, and then I draw their attention to what's not correct or what needs modification or what I need to give them feedback on. So you just need to put the positive comment first. You know, the sandwich technique: positive, negative, positive, so that you don't put them off and you encourage them to continue answering.
Okay, there's another question from Mr. Richard Uma. How effective and user-friendly or interactive are the free versions of Kahoot and Exit Ticket apps in a classroom environment?
It's very user-friendly, actually. You will be able to create exercises and Kahoots very easily. However, as I said, you just need to test it first with your students. Just show them that they are going to be watching two screens: the screen that you are sharing with them, which has the question on it, and the screen of their mobile devices, which they are going to answer through.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to have good discussions other than, you know, interaction through text or calling? Are you able to have good discussions with your students?
Yes, if you want, for example, Padlet, for example, is a very good activity if you want to have open-ended questions where students express their opinions on different issues, and they are able even to comment on each other's point of views. With the other three applications, you can have open-ended questions, but I think it's better if you use them with the closed-ended. It's easier for you as an instructor, and it's easier for them when they get to answer.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes. Any other questions to Dr. May? All right, I don't see any other questions, so Dr. May, thank you very much. This is very nice.
Thank you. I apologize for the glitch at the beginning where the screen wasn't showing. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I think we can move on to the next presentation. The title of the presentation is Pushed Out of the Sanctum: Retaining the Teacher and the Student's Voice Through Online Teaching. And the presenter is Professor Hiba Makram Sharubim, Professor of Modern British and American Literature, former head of the English department in the Faculty of Education, and that's at my alma mater, the University of Alexandria in Egypt. Go ahead, ma'am, please.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you, Professor, for the introduction. Quite a pleasure and honor to be part of this timely conference and to be part always in the activities of the UE, which is always very distinguished, and I always wish them the best. And this for joining with Blue Crest University also, and every presenter was great actually. Being at the end, actually, it's a privilege, but it's not a privilege. I mean, it has both sides. You don't have enough audience, but at the same time, one of the good things about it is that it gives me a chance to see all the wonderful presentations that were ahead. And actually, Dr. May, I'm going to continue from where you started. The exit tickets is one of the things I use in my classes. Now, what I want to say is, as many said yesterday, we've been thrust into the situation. And that's why I chose as a title for my presentation, Pushed Out of the Sanctum. And I actually got the title from an interesting article that came in the New Yorker on April 11, 2020, and in which the author likens the universities to cloistered gardens and describes the classroom as the innermost sanctum of that cloister, where worldly demands can be blocked out for people to enjoy poetry, argument, discussions. However, when schools and colleges were closed, students were sent home and the sanctum has been breached. That was actually my feeling, and I guess the feeling of many of us actually, when they were pushed out of their classes, out of their comfortable zone, into a totally new area. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, I can see this.
Yes, we can. Yes,
very good. Perfect. So I have to say that my first reflection was one of panic. I'm over 50, I have to say. It's not easy to adapt to a very new situation. I never taught online before. Yes, as Professor Shadia Amani mentioned yesterday, we've been using technology for a long time, but we were not prepared for the situation. Besides, I have to remind you, I come from Alexandria University where I teach, which is an amazing university, of course, one of the best universities in Egypt, but still, it's a government university. We do not have the same resources that are, for example, available in a place like the BUE. Our students are less privileged. They have poor internet connections. Some do not even have enough. So, I mean, the challenge was amazing. Electricity cut down, you know, a lot of things. So then I told myself, I said, no, you have to face the situation. You've been teaching for almost 30 years in class. You will try to do what you've been doing in class over through the online. So I have to remind myself, education is mainly concerned with the behavior, emotional, cognitive domains. And there is no better situation than this lockdown to discuss these things, to sort of use the curriculum and adapt my courses and to do these things. And I couldn't find, being a professor of modern British and American literature, and I'm so biased for humanities, believing so much in their importance, that there is nothing better than humanities to be the best deliverer for this type of education, for engaging the students. I mean, very quick reminder, it's humanities that help us with civic education, feeling for others, accepting the differences, human solidarity, self-examination, reconsidering many of our habits, teach empathy, understand, analyze traumatic situations like the one we've been going through, teach us to weigh evidence skeptically, have critical thinking, finally encourage us to think creatively, reason about being humans, ask questions about our world. So having all of this in mind, reminding myself, and this is actually something that I always do with myself whenever I get, you know, blocked or frustrated with something, what do you want to do? This is it. So I was left except with two choices. And these were to face the challenge, to redesign my courses. I did not mean by that change the curriculum because it was too late. What I'm presenting here is based on courses I taught last term. We only taught 3 classes in class, face-to-face class, but then we were forced for the rest of the term, 9 to 10 classes online totally. So the students already have their own curriculum. I could not change that. They have the course objectives and so on. So what I decided to do is to redesign the courses in the way that I will have themes and the text sort of twisted to help us make the students again engaged in the class, even though they are far away from me. And as many mentioned, you cannot control them, you cannot see them. I mean, when we're in class, I mean, after, of course, many years of experience, you can see who is concentrating, who is not, who is playing with his phone, who is chatting with somebody, who is writing notes somebody else. But here you cannot guarantee if they are following, they are not sleeping, they just left. Maybe with the Microsoft team, which we have this term, I mean, you can see those coming in and leaving actually. But then the challenge was more. That's why, by the way, I disagree with some of the presentation yesterday. I think it was Dr. Mustafa who said, online is much easier, it saves time and effort. No, I mean, in our situation, it required actually double the time and double the effort. I remember a 2-hour class would take sometimes for me 3 hours. So, but that of course was at the beginning. With time, we became more experienced, but still, as I said, challenges are still there. So I wanted to empower the students to retain their voice and the teacher's voice. And I also thought that we can take advantage of the whole situation and the online to make the course therapeutic for all of us. As somebody said yesterday in a very interesting presentation, the content and the delivery and the way we deliver the content is like the king and the queen or the husband and wife. They have to just get along to have a happy married life or a Catholic union that do not separate from each other. So my second obligation was I have to figure out different practices and means of assessment and evaluation. And what I'm going to do now is that I'll show you samples from the 3 courses that I taught and how the changing of the design or the redesigning of the course went along with the different practices, the means of assessment. And one of them actually was using the exit tickets, which Dr. May beautifully and elaborately talked about. I was lucky to teach 2 courses. One is American Studies, and the second is Modern Critical Theories. The third was a language skills course. As I said, I mean, these courses enabled me to do a lot of rechanging. For example, I started through the material that we already have, started working on from the beginning of the term to address certain themes of time, of fear, confusion, facing the unknown. We were doing 2 Puritan texts by 2 Puritan figures. Anne Bradstreet, a very famous first female American poet, and her very famous poem, Upon the Burning of Our Own House. And when we were discussing this, of course, we discussed it from, the point of view of the Puritans and how it fits with the Puritan characteristics of being a bit, always referring to the Bible, thinking of the transience of life, the worthlessness of worldly possessions. Our homeland is in heaven. But the students could relate when we were online, the situation of Anne Bradstreet with their own situation. What happened was a shock. We were just practicing a very normal life. And then all of a sudden, especially with the first wave, and at least as we said yesterday, now the situation is getting better. And even when we still have a lot of casualties and so on, we are not as panicked as we used to in the first one, dealing with this unknown pestilence or pandemic. So to them, they started comparing that, how it feels. I mean, yes, we believe in God and whatever, but still we question, why is this happening? And then there was that second text, Jonathan Edwards' sermon, called Sinners in the Hands of God, of an Angry God. We're a culture that, believes very much in God, and religion is very important. So students started the discussion, which was very interesting. Is this pandemic a kind of punishment? Are we being like what Edward said, like worms, spider, squashed? Another group would say no. So there was a very interesting debate, and how this discourse, and I made them actually watch a video with somebody enacting the tone of Edwards, resembles many of the sort of, harsh, rigid tones, fundamentalists, fanatics that we hear speaking always of processing people with hell and things as such. In the modern critical theory course, I mean, doing Freud, we do it in different schools like psychoanalysis, Marxism, post-colonialism, new historicism, feminism. But when we're doing Freud, for example, again, a way of engaging the student into it, and at the same time, making them contribute, though they are far away from me, I cannot see them, and keep them sitting, following the class fully, was looking at Freud and the unconscious and analyzing ourselves. And one of the exit texts I did, Dr. May, was giving them an assignment with one of the choices that, the wonderful methods that you gave us, I do not have to talk about it now, is that let's psychoanalyze our own fears, our feelings about this. Are we hiding our fears or facing them? A third thing that was interesting in the language skills class is that I shared with them, it's a tough time. So the importance of a breakdown, and let me just share a little bit, just a second from this very interesting
One of the great problems for human beings is that we're far too good at keeping going. We're experts at surrendering to the demands of the external world, living up to what's expected of us, and getting on with the priorities as others around us define them. We keep showing up and being an excellent boy or girl, and we can pull this magical feat off for up to decades at a time without so much as an outward twitch or crack. Until one day, much to everyone's surprise, including our own, we break. The rupture can take many forms. We can no longer get out.
Okay, this was a very interesting 5-minute video that we shared in the class, and these are samples of the assignments which I gave them. I was lucky to have only 13 students in this class. So based on the video, I asked them, can you summarize it in 2 sentences? The 2 sentences that strike you, it's only, as I said, 7 minutes video. And then I asked them to sort of relate their own experience. they're breaking down. It's okay to break down. And we saw, I mean, when this happened, how many people were breaking. It's all right to have that. So these were samples of the students, how I graded them when I returned them back, and how I always tell them the rubric that we use. I use analytic rubric, I mean, analyzing the content and the language and so on. Another theme that I twisted and redesigned my courses to address through online to sort of adapt to the situation and make the students engaged is the theme of human issues and deconstructing stereotypes. Part of one of the texts we taught in the American Studies course with the excellent, amazing, and horrifying, I mean, short story by Edgar Allan Poe, The Masque of the Red Death, which was incredibly applicable to our time, speaking of a pestilence that occurred in a country, and the prince, whose name ironically is Prosperous, instead of helping his people, runs away with the elite in his castle, thinking he is secure over there, but death comes in disguise in his bal masqué, kills him and the rest, so they can see how the inevitability of this. What was interesting again, how the students got so engaged and excited while doing this. One of them make a presentation on the story, and then the feedback was that, for example, one of them, the Masque of the Red Death, we can compare it to coronavirus. The disease is as fatal as the Red Death. But the purpose of the comparison is to recognize the behavior of very privileged people and how they can be selfish. These are samples of other things, like somebody said, the theme of equality. Death does not differentiate between kings and ordinary people. Another beautifully elaborate one says, it shows us how literature does conspicuously manifest our feelings and unleash our most tamed emotions. It's also solid proof that the role of literature extends far beyond entertaining us. Literature throws light on every single aspect of our lives, shows us our truest color and how fragile we are all in face of pestilences, adversaries, and death. Another final remark, interesting, was by another student, Bassam, when she said coronavirus is like the Red Death. It does not differentiate between people, whether rich or poor. And that was actually very important. It was a time of human solidarity of course, I mean, it's not in a very happy way, but we've seen all people, rich, poor, powerful, weak, normal people, people in leading positions, getting the disease. It did not differentiate. I mean, your power, your wealth, your social status do not immune you against this disease. So it was interesting, for example, to see how the selfishness of human being unfortunately is not only in Prosperous in this 19th century story, but even actually goes on to our time. And in the language skills class, we discussed, and I'm putting the picture because Matt Colvin, I mean, the person in the picture did not mind having his photo posted and actually had an interview when, unfortunately, he went at the beginning of the pandemics and bought thousands of sanitizers and started, piling them up from Amazon and reselling them at high prices. Amazon realized that, cracked down his account. And it shows how sometimes crises bring the worst in us as much as it bring the good. But selfishness is everywhere. I mean, it's a trait of human beings, whether in the past and even now. And interestingly also, this was important in deconstructing stereotypes because one of the, again, as I said, one of the schools I teach in my modern criticism story is that of post-colonialism, racial and ethnic studies. I have to say that, and I am one of a setting or a country that was ex-colonized, that one of the heritage that's left by the colonizers is that we, the ex-colonized, somehow internalize an inferiority complex. Looking up to the ex-colonizers up till now as the role model, the perfect, they cannot make mistakes. No, they are human beings like us. They can make mistakes. Some of them are good, some are bad. Some can take advantage of people's situations and act as that man act. So it was a chance, and to go this also, as I said, how people, I mean, famous people were also again, and also we saw, for example, at the time, how in great countries, I mean, what we call the great countries, like America or Europe, they suffered a lot. I remember, I mean, I had a relative in New York. They did not have enough masks in the hospital. They did not have enough sanitizers. Even doctors will have to wear the same mask more than once. And I remember, ironically, when a relative of mine was in Egypt before the lockdown, and she managed to go back, she bought tons of sanitizers from Egypt and masks because they were not available in the States. So this was the time to sort of, again, I teach them the school of post-colonialism, and we talk about it, but at the same time, I kept them engaged in the class because we kept applying what is happening to the situation. And with this, they even understood, sometimes the difficult jargons of those schools, like in Marxism, again, things like fetishism, value use value. It was a chance for them to think of the ideology. What makes us think in such a way? Our consumptive attitude. Staying at home, we started cooking, doing things that we never thought of before. So it was a chance to see how we are doing. But most importantly, for me as an ardent feminist, was when I was teaching feminism. And it was a chance, again, to engage the students with the course and the situation by showing them that this is a time that proves the validity of gender equality. We were doing, interestingly, by chance, Virginia Woolf, A Room of One's Own, and there is in it an excerpt called Chloe Liked Olivia. And in that, she speaks for the very first time. We have two female heroines depicted as working in a science lab, having a good relationship. They are not competing over a man. One of them is married, the other is not. So women do not only have to do domestic chores. And what proved that? The students bring these beautiful pictures which deconstruct the stereotypes. Girls, women working as doctors. And this is one of the things that one of my students brought from the Facebook. It's written in Arabic. It means they are heroes. They are not singers or artists. So put a heart for them and may God help them and protect them. We have an excellent example of an Egyptian American, Heba Mustafa, who was among the Johns Hopkins team looking for a vaccine. Another great woman was Nermeen Boutros, who was chosen by the New Yorker as the doctor hero of the day for her commitment inside and outside the college, the hospital that she was working in. So, as I said, we went on with the course, we went on with the activities, we went on the assignment, and with all of this, that I managed to make the student, despite the distance, the inability, the challenges that we all face, themselves and myself, especially as I said at the time we were using only Google Classroom. Sometimes I would go to Facebook to use live streaming. We would exchange words, but I knew from their feedback, which I would share at the very end, how they remained all through the class. Interestingly, they came with very creative ideas. They started coming up with their new lessons. So when we were doing, for example, Benjamin Franklin and speaking of his virtues and their precepts and what they mean, they themselves started to do that. And if we have time at the end, I would love to show with you a student whose presentation was a video in which he enacted himself coming back home late and then saying, yes, time is money. Saying that, enacting the act of Benjamin Franklin. And I was even impressed that at one point he dressed like Franklin, put his picture on the dollar, and acted as if he was there. Okay, I'm sorry, there is something wait for the problem to respond. The thing. Anyway, as I'm saying, students came up with new lessons, came up with new ideas, and most of them, even actually in their own feedback, said that they were impressed by the fact that the course made them look at life from a new perspective. The three courses actually that did it. Another thing that I would like to also share was when they started. I have to restart the program. It seems again. Okay, sorry again about that. Okay. Excuse me for the technology again. So this shows what we can just do about it. Yes, here it is. Okay, one of the things that we used during our language skills class, for example, we did virtual tours of some of the museums, like the Kremlin, for example, and it was a new chance for the students to see something as such. Just to go to the slideshow. I'm sorry for this again. Yes. Okay. Okay, from Khan. So that shows again how we can, have problems with the internet or whatever, the power we have. Okay. As I said, Here it is, this one. With the language, we promoted high culture by going into virtual tours. I have the video here, but I will just skip it. What I would like finally to say is how the students' feedback, agreed that this was a life-changing experience for them. And this is one of the students who actually, and they, as you see, they kept saying the hearts and stuff like that. She said, although I hate e-learning, you make it livelier by asking questions, giving us more information, answering all our questions. Really thanks, doctor, because I deeply know it's not a piece of cake for any teacher to use distance learning. I appreciate that. A second student, after the presentation, said, I really enjoyed today's lecture, the presentation. Thanks for the informative lecture. And he said, when we did Franklin, I understand it very much, and he is to be followed even up till today. What I like to conclude with is that humanities actually, and this I'm quoting from an article, in a crisis can help us do a lot of things. The coronavirus that pushed us out of the sanctum, that thrusted this situation upon us, is actually instead was a call to inaction because we're all locked down. It put life on pause, diminished our place in the world, forced us to turn inside. However, as educators, we managed to make crisis while happening, could not be like good education opportunities taking us out of our spectrum. Still, there are still things to learn. And this is actually what we have. What I'm saying finally is that to quote again Ishiguro, the great Ishiguro, in his novel Remains of the Day, there is no going back of the clock. As Professor Shadia mentioned, and many said yesterday, we can never imagine going back to the year 2019 when we were relaxed in our classes. We have to know that this is a situation that will go on. We have to really consider the blended education, or the online, and actually I prefer blended education because I miss the class every now and then, at least with the students. But in all of these things, whatever we're teaching, literature, language, mathematics, two things are very important. We have to keep the king and the queen together, the man and wife on very good terms. That is the content. We can work on it, make it interesting, engage the students, and go along with that, the activities that we do and the assessment that we do. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for any inconvenience. Hello?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute, so something wrong with my mouse here. Thank you very much, Professor Heba. Thank you. That was very engaging and very interesting. From English literature and poetic point of view, it was really, we learned about poetry also, so for me that was good. Any questions I have here? Yes, from Richard Uma again. Literature seems to be more interesting when you have direct physical interaction, when you see and read one's feelings and even body language. Now that you are putting it online, have with the quality of your delivery and learning from your students. So the question is basically about, you're going online, so any comments, ma'am?
Yes, of course. I totally agree. Literature itself, we act in the class. And being online does not give us the same chance as we are in the actual physical class. But again, I devised ways. Like, as I said, sometimes when we have the video, sometimes they can see my face and interaction. And sometimes I allow the students, if they have the means, they can share their own videos. And we do actually video presentations in which they share. Of course, as I said, it's not like when you're in class. That's why, as I said, I go for hybrid or blended education. And this is what we're doing actually this year, is that we have part of the courses online and part of them in class. Yes, definitely. And I still believe in the importance of the existence, the actual class. I mean, I have to say, that's why, for example, when I read an interesting article of the universities in 50 years, that they will not be the same anymore, and it will not be, and maybe many of the professors will be off work. It's actually an article that came out by an author. I mean, I can put you the name, and it was a very scary article. I said, thank God I will not be living that time, because I cannot imagine we don't have the actual physical class. No, I do agree. But what I'm saying is, when we are into a situation as such, we have to have an alternative. I mean, we have to act, and we have to do the best. And of course, as I said, that's why I disagree with some of the presenters of yesterday. It's not an easy piece of cake at all. Even the student herself, she said that. I mean, it takes more effort and more time so that you can convey the same passion and enthusiasm that you can have when you are in the actual class. So no, it's not an easy job. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I have yet to see a heated debate online like we see in face-to-face, but I teach computer science, so we don't have a lot of heated debates, but I imagine you do. So I think we don't have, I don't think we have any, yeah, that's it. For the questions, chats, I don't see anything on there. But I did enjoy listening to all of you, and Professor Heba, thank you very much. We had three excellent speakers today. We learned from Dr. Upasana about, especially me, about diversity. You have so much diversity, it's much more than we have here. So that was an interesting point of view, and about the communication patterns and the how you can really engage students even in the rooms. So that was very nice. And Dr. May, excellent exhibit, I mean, excellent show of the software and the how we can really think of using the software, Padlet and Kahoot. So that was really nice, especially that you can have a map of all the students and see their engagement and their work real time, not waiting after to collect data or statistic. It's real time. And Professor Heba, again, the challenges, especially for teaching something a little bit different. So what basically from all of this, the main current, we're moving towards student-centered and self-learning for the students more and more. And we have to empower ourselves or find new ways to maintain the student-professor relationship. Otherwise, it will be reshaped into something else. Any comments from anyone? I don't have two new messages here. Their thanks and very good presentations. Right, and thanks to everyone. Any words, concluding remarks from anyone?
Well, if I can say, I mean, if I would love to show something that sometimes even online, when students were at home, they were extremely creative. And if there is a chance, I would love even to send to you the link that this student made his video on Benjamin Franklin. I was impressed by the fact he dressed up like Benjamin Franklin, put his picture on the dollar bill, and even started talking like Benjamin Franklin himself. I was impressed, and I give him the final marks. I'm a bit of a tough teacher, by the way, but this one really impressed me with the effort. And remember, again, all of these students, they come from government schools. None of them come from private schools or even English schools or language schools. So what I'm saying is, this is what makes the challenges that we have in Alexandria University and other, public universities or government universities actually even more than anywhere else. Thank you.
Well, I think with these new generations, they were born digital, and we will see much more innovation on their part with using this technology, much more than us actually. I believe so, and I think it will unleash many of their abilities and capabilities. So thank you very much, everyone. And I really enjoyed this and enjoyed listening to all of you and the questions. And I think there's a next session is at 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time from the sponsor session, a demo by McGraw-Hill. So thank you very much.
No, I'm late. I shouldn't. Yes, it was raining, so please forgive me. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Omar.
Sorry.
So, Professor Omar, I think the presentations were very relevant and insightful, especially I can see the connections between the three presentations. The first one is talking about online education that connects. And we're talking about the connection in the online mode when we all feel something is missing, when we are not physically in touch with each other during teaching and learning. The second is talking about engaging students in online class, how we can engage them so that we don't see or we don't miss the gap which we are feeling because of the absence of physical presence. So the connection between the topics is very interesting. And the third topic by Professor Heba is about retaining the teacher and students' voices is very important. I mean, when we teach, and if the voices are not there from the students, there's no point of teaching. You know, nowadays we are talking about student-centered teaching, experiential teaching and learning, and voices of students are so important. And somehow we are seeing as educators that use of technology and the use of online teaching methods sometimes is helping us more in using the students' voices. Because in classrooms, when we are sitting closely together, generally the orientation of educator is that, okay, I am the guru or I am the expert and I should talk and students should listen. I'm giving the knowledge and students are taking the knowledge, right? Which is an old concept of teaching and learning. But when we are going to online sessions, we use technology, there's a lot of things we need to do where there's a more affordance for the students. Students can do much more and we can engage the students and convert our teaching to facilitative teaching. I think Dr. Upasana was talking about how she taught in a manner that she was seen as a facilitator, not as a guide or as a teacher in a traditional sense. So all the three presentations were very insightful. I'm very happy seeing this kind of movement in education sector. And even, you know, I sometimes think that the pandemic has actually accelerated the development of education and education sectors and is accelerating the development of skills in the educators. So somehow it has given us, I think there's a silver lining behind the clouds in the pandemic for all of us somewhere. So thank you, Professor Omar, for sharing this session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Also for your valuable insights, which you have provided us at the beginning of the session. And the way you manage the session is a learning for all of us. So thank you very much for your support. And thank you all the presenters for this particular theme. Our next session is at 2 p.m. from the McGraw-Hill. It's a very renowned publication house, but well, it's not only publication house nowadays. It is actually grown and evolved into a larger entity that basically is encompassing different aspects of education. So we have a very interesting presentation by Mr. Ralph Azar, who is the Business Development Manager of the McGraw-Hills. Followed by that, we have a presentation from Bluecrest College about what we are doing here. And then at 3 p.m., we have the closing ceremony. In the closing ceremony, we are going to give awards to the best reviewer and also the best presentations. So please do not forget to come back. You may be one of the winner of the awards. So please come back at 2 p.m. and then we'll continue and we'll try to finish this whole conference by 3:30 p.m. today. So we will have a break and then we'll come back now at 2 p.m. So for the time, we can have some coffee or tea, whatever your time permits in your countries. We can have some free time. Let's come back after 20 minutes from now. 2 p.m. GMT is after 20 minutes. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Ralph.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Actually, we somehow are running ahead the schedule, so we have to give some kind of break now.
Okay.
And we will start in 5 minutes from now.
All right, sounds great. Thank you. I'll be ready.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we are starting the session after the break now. So now we have with us a representative from our sponsor, McGraw-Hill, Mr. Ralph Azar, who is the Business Development Manager of Middle East and Africa, McGraw-Hill International. Ralph Azar leads the business development activities for the company, where he is responsible for supporting the education institutions in making informed decisions that improves the overall experience of the education in the institutions and learning outcomes for all the stakeholders like students, teachers, and administrators. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the Lebanese American University in Lebanon, an Executive MBA from London Business School, and a Master of Arts in Education with a special emphasis on adult education and experiential learning from the University of Phoenix, Arizona. And before joining McGraw-Hill, Ralph led the business development activities for Blackboard and Illusion, which was earlier known as SunGard Higher Education in the Middle East and Africa region. So I see a lot of expertise with Mr. Ralph Azar in the higher education sector, and I'm sure the products McGraw-Hill has and the services they are providing is going to be beneficial for us. It's very much aligned to our theme of the conference, which is online and blended teaching and learning. Over to Mr. Ralph.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Anand. It's quite a pleasure to be with you today, and thank you for inviting McGraw-Hill to be part of this activity with you. I'm going to share my screen now. Please just give me a thumbs up if the sharing is fine and you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So I'm gonna run full screen now. Okay, hopefully everybody can see the screen. Just to preserve the connection, I'm going to stop my video, and I will turn on the video after we're finished. I'm joining you today from very rainy Lebanon, and the weather just shifted entirely between nice and sunny in the morning to cloudy, rainy thunderstorms and hailstorms in the afternoon. That's actually still going on. So what we're seeing in this day and age right now, especially with COVID-19, are the changes in everything and the changes in the way that we deliver our education. And we're not going to go about talking about the pandemic and more to that, because I think that topic has been talked about so many times. So what I would like to talk to you about today is the how. So if you're familiar with a gentleman called Simon Sinek, he's very in tune with a concept of three things, so which is the why, the what, and the how. And the way he approaches this thing is understanding the understanding the why. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because there's a pandemic. What do we need to do? We need to go online. How we're going to do it? That's where everybody starts having issues and some questions just go unanswered. So before I get started, I just wanted to say thank you to Blue Crest and special thank you to British University in Egypt, who's been a partner for McGraw-Hill for quite some time now, and has been able to achieve a lot in their journey in their digital transformation journey to achieve learning excellence. So again, I would like to deeply thank the British University in Egypt for their partnership and for helping us be part of this conference today. And just a quick note I wanted to pass through. BUE is currently at about 85% McGraw-Hill courses in their online curriculum. So that is quite an achievement. Thank you again for your partnership, and thank you for inviting us for this event. Before we get started, I just want to reintroduce McGraw-Hill to you. A lot of people and a lot of education stakeholders know McGraw-Hill as a content provider. No McGraw-Hill as merely a content provider and a company that has books. So in these past few years, and especially in the last 6 months, where we had to evolve faster than we would have done in 6 years, McGraw-Hill has evolved into becoming a learning science company, and by becoming a learning science company, as we will see later on in the slides, we look at the theory and the foundation behind the learning, and we try to come up with the content that is relevant to that, and to make sure that your students are receiving the right information at the right time. So our work now encompasses a number of things. We started off by being your friendly neighborhood digital publisher of books, then became a digital publisher, and then started having our own platform, which is called Connect, by the way. And it's a course management system that works in tandem with your learning management system, or can work as a standalone. So this is the software component where you would access and study your McGraw-Hill content. Now, we've invested a lot more in technology and helping universities and schools benefit and optimize the investment that they currently make, because we understand that resources are very scarce, especially investment resources in education in our part of the world. So every penny counts, and every bit of investment that's already done, we need to build on it and try to move further and try to expand it further. So our first step into our learning science process was to help optimize your LMS. So many of you use Moodle, some you may use Blackboard, some may use Desire to Learn, other learning management systems. Our course management system, Connect, comes and sits under that platform and benefits from every single bit of investment and configuration that you've done into your learning management system. This helps you take it a further step into a flipped classroom. There are so many different definitions about flipped classroom. We don't claim to be 101, but we have the tools and the methodologies to, based on your objectives, on your mission, to help you achieve what you believe is the correct form of flipped classroom for your students. As we know, in this pandemic, many things are changing, and many approaches to education are changing. And we as educators need to understand that our curriculum needs to be alive as well. So it needs to be changing. Nothing's carved in stone. We need to teach students the way they want to be taught. We need to be able to appeal to them and to appeal to their generation that is more tech savvy than any of us will ever be. And this is where we also come in to help you in achieving curriculum design and content development. So some of your curriculum might require rethinking. We have the expertise to help you do that. Some of your content may be homegrown. Some of your teachers may have their own content that they would like to teach. Sometimes, and I can give an example about Texas Tech University, for example, they wanted to build their own course and have their own material and their own content so that all their students are able to afford it, so that they're not bound to an author that is expensive or a book that is expensive. So what they did is they digitized the content with our help using our platform, and they started delivering those courses on our Connect platform. There are many other examples, and using our platform, they were able to integrate and use third-party applications. I'm sure you're all familiar with Spotify. So one of the classes in Texas Tech was about music, and the teacher was able to build a playlist for them in Spotify and just include it in the Connect platform, so that they would just go there and not have to go into different places, YouTube or whatever, just start to look for the songs. That's just one thing. Having everybody on the same platform and having everybody using standardized content helps you achieve teaching and learning consistency. And once you have a consistent and a standard benchmark that you can measure your students in the way they are learning, it becomes personalized. And this is where we employ our artificial intelligence component in it, where it is based on adaptive learning. So what the system does is it learns how a student learns and then delivers the content to that student in a way that the student is able to grasp all the information in the right way at their own pace, and to make sure that people in the same class are still in the same class. So you don't have those high performing students starting to get bored, and the low performing students are starting to be left behind. That's where the artificial intelligence component comes in to help. And once we're putting everybody on the same page, we are able to measure their outcomes. And when you're able to measure their outcomes, you're able to provide the assessments in the right way. So students will receive individualized assessments based on the content that they're studying. And those, the questions can be scrambled, the answers can be scrambled, so that, we will try to prevent cheating as much as possible. And to further our investment into technology and the way we support the institutions that we partner with, we've partnered with a company called Proctorio. And now Proctorio is an online proctoring tool which helps you monitor their students while they're doing the online examination. And now Proctorio comes as part of our own course management system called Connect. So Proctorio comes with Connect, and it's implemented within the Connect platform, and you're able to use it in your assessments and to make sure that you achieve the learning outcomes that you're looking for. And while you're doing that, learning integrity is preserved to the maximum. Finally, having all of that in a digital platform, having all of that content, we have the tools to provide you with deep reporting and analytics that can help you monitor your student progress, monitor your assessment, find out where your students are falling behind and where they need help, and make sure you're providing your students the proper attention. So as a quick reintroduction to McGraw-Hill, I always say I can spend anywhere between 5 minutes to 3 days on this slide. So I hope we were able to capture this in about 5 or 6 minutes, and the concept is clear. If there is no more questions, if there aren't any questions, I'm sorry, I'll move on to the next slide. So I'm just going to give it 5 seconds, and then we jump to the next one. All right. So why would anybody partner with us? So why would you partner with us as an institution? So everything that is said before in the previous slide about what we can do, we're able to achieve that because we have partner institutions like yourselves. Those partner institutions help us understand the way students want to be taught. They help us understand the way we are able to deliver our content and our technology and our digital components, whatever they are, helping us deliver our human components, as in training, professional development, or content development, the way you as educators would like to receive it and your students would like to receive it. So we help you in the teaching and learning process We also help you in covering your transformation objectives, your digital transformation objectives, making sure we never ever reduce on the human element, because at the end of the day, people learn from people, and it takes the power of educators to make sure that the students are receiving all the information that they need to achieve. And in all of those three components, we make sure that managing your operations in the right way, your grades are being delivered on time, your reporting is being delivered on time, your content is being measured in the right way. So that is what we do. And in one sense, we are with you in the process of delivering your training to your students and helping you all the way to the first day of school and walking all the reporting with you throughout. So we understand the why. We all understand the how, the what. When it comes to the how, we still have a few questions. Now, many people understand e-learning. Many people understand learning management systems, but not a lot of people understand that just converting a book into a PDF does not make it digital content. So having that book in a PDF format or in an electronic format posted on an LMS, that is not really a digital transformation. That is not really teaching the students the way they want to be taught. What we're doing is we're taking the static content of the book and putting that same static content online. The course will lack interactivity. The course the students would start to lose interest, and then people would say e-learning or digital learning or online learning doesn't work. It's just because that we're not providing it that interactivity and that element that we or you as educators deliver inside the classroom. When you're inside the classroom, you're animating the content. So you're explaining, you're interacting, you're using your gestures, you're using your body language, you're using your voice. When it's online, we need to take all of those features and put them as well in an online. And that's where all the technology comes in. But having all the technology does not actually stop or does not actually help achieve the right way unless that technology is being used in the right way. So one of the attendees, Mr. Mustafa, mentioned the gamification. So gamification is actually one of the best tools that you can have in delivering training, in delivering course content. Providing that level of interactivity for students always helps a lot. So taking a deeper dive into the how, and I understand I have a couple of minutes left, so I'll try to keep this brief. All right, so I'll try to keep this brief. So when we're trying to amplify or improve the learning experience, we need to look at a triangle, and I've always tried to explain things in a triangle because people tend to remember things in threes. So we look initially at the learning outcome, we look at the teaching and learning activities, and then we look at the feedback and assessment. In doing so, firstly, looking at the learning outcomes, we need to have our learning outcomes aligned. So learning outcomes aligned to the objectives of the institution. And then in our teaching and learning activities, we need to start engaging the students through smart books, through gamification, through augmented reality, through artificial intelligence, and making sure that we are prepared and refocused to address students individually than addressing students as a cohort. And then we get to the formative assessments or even summative assessments, where you have all those questions, they are loaded within Connect, and you are able to use them, you are able to add to them, you are able to modify them. I'm gonna have my contact details happy to take you through a Connect demo where you can see all of that in action, and you're able to deliver that to your students. Our service is end-to-end. Does anybody have a question? I see a microphone on. There's a lot of feedback in the sound. Thank you. So our service is end-to-end. We help you from day one, student onboarding, making sure that you have the right content, the right technology, the right integration. Your investment is fully optimized because we understand that investment and resources are scarce. You can also use some of our free components, which is an app where students can download the course material and do their assignments in an offline environment, and then when they're able to get to a proper connectivity, they can sync up their work. Because we also understand that there are parts, there are regions in our part of the world that are not fully covered with internet, or internet is a bit expensive. So we also have that in mind, and that component is free for your students. And then we help you understand and measure your outcomes and prepare your assessments, and then prepare your course content delivery, hoping that this would help you deliver an excellent transition into the future of education in your part of the world, and in your universities. With that, I come to closing my presentations. My presentation. I'm at 2 minutes over time. Thank you so much for having me today. It was an absolute pleasure to be with you. Please connect with us on our social media to stay up to date on everything we are delivering, on everything that we are trying to help universities achieve. And I'm open to your questions.
Ralph, I think it was a very good presentation. It's very interesting to see how McGraw-Hill has evolved over the time from a publisher to encompassing more areas of better quality of content that includes also interactivity and use of technology. I was hoping that we could see some live courses where the interactive content is shown in the demo. Do you have something like that to show us? We still have time. We can see some of that examples.
Well, so when we demo our technology, and when we demo the Connect solution, we normally try to tailor the demo to specific requirements, because there's like thousands of features within Connect. So what we try to do is we do a quick discovery with the institution. We understand a little bit about their objectives, what's keeping them up at night, what are the things that they're trying to achieve, and then we tailor the demo to make sure that it answers those questions. As for a generic demo, I'm happy to provide a link to a recorded one, and then the attendees can actually view it at their own time. It shows the general functionality of Connect.
Okay. That will be also good for us. If you can send in the link, we can actually analyze and review. We just recently signed a contract with Coursera here, and we are integrating in our Bluecrest College. We're integrating all our courses with the Coursera course. And Coursera courses, because they're coming from the best of the universities around the world, we are going to have a flipped teaching enabled with the help of the Coursera content integrated in our courses.
Right.
So I was wondering if McGraw-Hill has something which is good, which will help our faculty members to integrate the remaining part of their courses, where they can use some interactive features online with the students, that will be very helpful for us. So if you can send the link, it will help us a lot. I have seen similar products from Pearson. Nowadays, I think most of the publication houses are having these kind of products.
That is correct. Sorry, I'm just making note to send you a link for Connect. Yeah, a lot of or pretty much all the digital publishers are doing this right now. However, where there are things that you would like to take into consideration when you are evaluating. So you would like to understand the depth of the content and the depth and the how up to date the technology is and how integratable is it with your current investments. Because as you would, as you rightfully do, you partner with people like Coursera, you can partner with people like Udemy, you can partner with other sources of content or course creation, and you need to make sure that once everything is put together, you have it in a coherent environment where your students are able to log in from one place and access the entire set of information, access their entire set of courses, and to be able to have that interactivity. For example, most of our courses on Connect use the Smart Book capability. And that Smart Book capability has a simulation environment embedded in it. And those courses are always up to date. So one of the examples I can give you, and I'm happy to share also a link to that. It's a business course where one of the real life activities and simulations is we got hit by COVID. How do you manage to keep a plant running? So it's a big factory, where they produce, big machinery. So in the times of COVID-19, how are you as a manager of that establishment going to manage the operation, keep everybody safe, and keep everybody alive eventually? So that is one of the things. So there's also math simulations, there's science simulations, there's lab simulations. There's robotics. There's a whole lot of activities that are available within the course management system.
Okay. We are also having a product from ProQuest called eBook Central, where we are using the e-textbooks from various publishers from the ProQuest. So that is a kind of e-textbooks only, but it is not having the interactive features. But at least the advantage is that the textbooks are coming from different publishers. So we have options. For example, if we say marketing management, we have at least textbooks coming from 5 different publishers, and we have an option to select the best we like. But with McGraw-Hill, it is going to another level where it's not only the static textbook, but it also has interactive features. It is the dynamic content, if I'm right?
Correct.
But it is not only the e-textbook, it is more than the e-textbook. So I would like to see the link and some kind of live thing so that maybe we can actually replace the ProQuest with the McGraw-Hill somehow. Let us see if it is feasible for us.
Well, we're not an aggregator in a sense. All right. We can deliver our own content, and we can help you deliver your content. So whether your content is coming from your faculty, your subject matter experts, or it's content that you're acquiring from open education resources from OER. So it doesn't matter where that content is from, we can help you put it into our platform. And then that's where our platform is really strong, that can sit under your learning management system or work standalone. It's really up to you. But we're
what the content looks like. Will it be animation videos? Will it be text? Or what kind of the look of that content is?
So depending on the material, I mean, we have a mixture of both. I mean, sorry, we have all of the above. So some of the courses are still in ebook format, and they are being developed into the smart book, and most of them are now into the smart book format, where you can where there is adaptive reading, the virtual simulations, etc. So one of the examples is with smart books. We all know students don't like to read, right? So whenever it comes from the author that assigned reading, or this is the most important parts, and they get highlighted, you as a teacher, as a professor of the course, you would know whether they read it or not, because the color changes from from yellow or red to green. And then after that concept is read, before they are allowed to move on to the next subject or to the next concept, they have to go through a knowledge check. And when they're answering the question, so it's a multiple choice. You ask the question, there's a few choices, and then I select one of them. And then there's 3 options of how sure I am. I'm pretty sure, I'm relatively sure, I have no idea, I'm just guessing. So, and then this helps you as a professor understand, my process as your student, and where you need to focus your energy more with me or my cohort, in terms of making sure that you're elevating your students to be all on the same page. Because in some cases we have students that are not even in the same book, and they're attending the same class, right? So they have completely different levels, completely different learning levels.
And it's totally customized, and it depends on the learner, and it changes the context as of the need of the learner. Yeah, I understand that. Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Alf. It's very interesting to know what companies like McGraw-Hill is doing in the education front. And I think this is the era, this is the time when the education institution needs partnerships with companies like McGraw-Hill, Coursera, etc., to move up the value chain and to adopt to the new normal, which is coming up now very soon, which is already there, I think. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. The future is already here.
Yeah, yeah, the future is already here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. So we will move ahead for the next presentation in this particular conference. This slot is for the Bluecrest College, where we are going to present about our college, about what we are doing here in the college, and our latest developments and activities. So let me share my screen. We have a marketing manager. She's from Nigeria. Her name is Miss Onekachi, and she's the marketing and communications manager of the Bluecrest College. A very passionate product manager, communication strategist, and tech enthusiast. In fact, in our college, we have actually been able to use a lot of good technology because of the arrival of Miss Onekachi. For example, we are not using the emails nowadays more, we are using Slack. We are using a lot of technology here to improve our processes and systems. And it's all because of the new team we have here, which are young, they are tech enthusiasts, have experience in startups, and helping us in transformation of the college. So she holds a Nigerian Certificate of Education in Chemistry, and also certificates in Product Management and Sales and Marketing. She has worked from various IT firms, embarking on corporate trainings, business administration, and branding. She moved to Ghana to collaborate with tech startups to transform their communication strategies, and therefore assumed the role of product developer. And this has also further harnessed her business and technology skills. So she also pivoted into tech and digital entrepreneurship, and she discovered an eye for design. So she self-developed her skills in user interaction designs and product management, and decided to have a career path change into the tech industry. She has the opportunity of being a panel discussion focused on women in STEM, hosting hackathons, and also volunteered at tech events. She likes to see herself as a problem solver and a strategic planner. She is a firm believer that everyone with the right skill set deserves a seat at the table, regardless of their gender, race, or background. So Mr. Onekachi is our marketing and communications manager, and I'm now passing on this session to her.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anand. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand, for the introduction. So I'm just going to share my screen. So that, okay. Can everyone see my screen, please? Good afternoon, everyone. This has been an amazing session, conference actually since yesterday. It's been so insightful, and from all the presentations that I have seen, and it's been great being part of people who are really passionate about the educational sector. My name is Onyekachi Eke, and I will be doing a brief presentation about Blue Cross University. Before, I'm going to start with an introductory video. This is going to showcase our parent company, which is the Vista Group, where Blue Cross is one of the portfolio companies under this organization. So I must say that Blue Cross University College is actually very fortunate to be part of this parent company called Vista Group, an organization that looks into different sectors, education, and creating a revolution in Africa. So Blue Crest was established in year 2000 and has been leading the West African true market relevant education in training and also research program as a pioneer in Ghana. Our 4 pillars were the acronym LIGHT, which the 3 foundations at the block of the bottom says empowerment and passion, student success, and partnership and collaboration. These symbols focus on the quality and passion that we have as an institution. It not just only makes us stand out or unique, but also creates and provides a direction for this institution as a whole. Our 4 pillars, which is called LIGHT, stands for leadership, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship, are all reflected in our endeavors and activities. At Blue Crest, we value empowerment and passion, and the success of our students is very paramount to us and important to our partnerships and our collaborations. In order for us to provide a long life learning aim to create an holistic impact on all of our stakeholders. Blue Crest University College is one that remains best in the region because we focus on providing high quality, affordable programs for our students. A brief history about our institution. In 2010 was when Blue Crest secured a long-term lease in the heart of Accra, which is a district in Kokomlemle here in Ghana. In 2012, within 2 years, Blue Crest was accredited by the National Accreditation Board of Ghana, NAB, as a tertiary education institution. In 2013, 1 year after, Blue Crest was able to graduate its first batch of BSc IT students, which also included a cohort of engineers. In 2015, Blue Crest officially opened a School of Fashion and Design with certificate and degree programs in order to create to cater for creative and liberal arts students. Blue Crest College has a multicultural campus that has welcomed more than 25 countries, international students. Our mission at Blue Crest is to incorporate a self-sustainable approach with the use of new age technology, learning processes, global alliance, and exemplary governance culture to enhance the delivery of value to the students and community and our industry and also other stakeholders. Our vision is to be a preferred center of excellence. Is to be a preferred center of excellence in talent development, education, talent development, research, innovation responsive to the individual, institutional and social development needs of people in the Republic of Ghana and Africa in general. Some of our programs include information technology, business administration, journalism, fashion and design, oil and gas. Our undergraduate programs in IT also include the BSc, information technology, and for our professional certifications, we have hardware and networking and computer application. For our courses in business, we have our undergraduate course in BBA, Human Resource Management, and also BBA in Banking and Finance. For our mass communication and journalism courses, we have a Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication and Journalism. Our professional certifications also include certification in Mass Communication and Journalism. Also for our fashion and design courses, we have a BSc in fashion for the undergraduate program, and for professional certifications, we have professional diploma in fashion and design, and also professional certificates in garment construction. Why Blue Crest?
One of the reasons I chose Blue Crest University was because the eligibility criteria was a bit flexible.
Yeah, me just the Cambian at Blue Crest College, but now it admission all the very easy. Although I can buy even a buy sick dejan, but CBI but also your way get mediated the admission and not the very easy.
One of the major reasons why I chose Blue Crest College was the partnership that they have with certain companies like Google, IBM, Oracle. These are credible companies that are reputable in society. I believe that their partnership with these companies, it gives the school credibility, and I think those are one of the reasons why I decided to come study at Blue Crest College.
When I came, I found out about 25 different countries. I mean, there are students from 25 different countries who are studying here. It makes you learn about different cultures. It makes you understand what is out there.
They help with our resident permits while we stay here in Ghana, and also they aid our NYSC registration during our service years, and they also help with the job placements and internship while we're studying here in Ghana.
In Blue Crest College, we have a well-equipped radio laboratory, an electronic library, and a computer lab with 24-hour access to internet, which aids in students' research.
And also, the classrooms are equipped with air condition and projectors, which makes the learning easy and conducive for students.
Based on the testimonials I had from the alumni, I learned that Blue Crest College is a very good university, and I know when I come to Blue Crest College, I have a very promising future.
Na zabi Blue Crest University College saboda suna da co-curriculum activities da yawa. Akwai fashion show da suke yi da since suna da fashion department. Kuma akwai different visits to in the various companies that suke da partnership da su. Kuma akwai bulaguro da yawa da ake yi don a ga garin Ghana.
Moi, j'ai choisi Blue Crest College parce qu'ils offrent des assistances et aides financières aux étudiants.
The programs that they offer here, like mass communication, like IT, like oil and gas, like business management and all that, I think it makes it attractive, because when you see people who came here and are out there and they show you what they did and all that, you want to also come and have a feel of it.
As I said earlier, Blue Crest Ghana has a multicultural campus that has welcomed students from more than 25 countries. Because at Blue Crest, we believe it's important to have a student population that reflects the international diversity, individual and cultural perspective. Blue Crest is also one of the very few institutions based in Accra that offers merit-based scholarships to prospective students. We give some of our students financial aid and also help with scholarship programs. Some of our partners at Blue Crest, we've been able to partner with organizations that would help entrepreneurial hubs to help support potential startups and founders in the campus. Our centers of excellence. We currently have 3 centers at the university. One is the Research and Grant Center, RGC, and the second is the Blue Crest Teaching and Learning Center, TLC, and last, we have Center for Professional Entrepreneur Development. For our Research and Grant Center, Blue Crest supports research that prepares leaders who can address complex challenges through multiple lenses. we have highly skilled faculty members from our technology and business disciplines that understand and know the ability to fuse both, and knowing that it is key to produce in producing graduates with knowledge of business and also to create a wider social value. For our Blue Crest Teaching and Learning Center, this center regularly monitor our teaching and learning quality in order to find areas of improvement and training for our students. Launching regular training programs for faculty members and external persons in areas of teaching and also learning. They also carry out research in the best practices in teaching and learning to ensure it's being adopted at our university. And then lastly, we have the Center for Professional Entrepreneurial Development, CPD, that has been built on one of the professional development courses in CIFIC, which is the world's fastest growing and proven effective online learning management system. With this, students are transported to a virtual training environment where they can get the most out of all of our CPD online courses. Examples of some of our courses currently on our CPD platform include, we have beginning conversational French, effective teaching online, offline, understanding game design and development, startup to pitch, and perfume and making, and color scheme in the fashion and design space. So with this, students are able to learn, and professionals are also able to learn from the comfort of their home, and still get all the skills that they yearn for. At Blue Crest College, we have high-tech facilities to help aid the students in creating a proper hands-on experience for them based on the courses that they're currently learning at our institution. We have our high-tech labs and our fashion studios for the fashion and design students. And also we have a high facility tech lab, which is for the information technology students as well. Like I said earlier about us having a multicultural environment and diversity in students and culture, some of our students' activities include International Students Week, where students from different parts of students in the college who have different nationalities come together and have a Students Week. We also have our fashion shows for the fashion and design students as well. During the COVID, the pandemic happened, Blue Crest was one of the universities that was able to move online swiftly to ensure that our students were still able to learn regardless of the lockdown. And I'm just going to show a brief video of the testimonials of our students using our online learning platform called Moodle.
Hi, my name is Tabitha Quay, a student of Blue Crest College in semester 4, offering Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication and Journalism. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Blue Crest College moved from the blended learning to the online platform, and this has been very, very convenient for the students. Also, students were able to stay in the comfort of their homes and study without any stress. With a partnership that Blue Crest College has with MTN and Vodafone Telecommunication, our access to Moodle has been free of charge. Very, very free. Blue Crest College also give an amount of 100 cedis to students for their data every month. Did you get that? Every month. We thank Blue Crest College for such smooth learning. We are hoping for the next semesters to come. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Lomingi Okuta Logi. Je suis un étudiant au semestre 8 de Banque et Finance à Blue Crest College. À cause du coronavirus qui a frappé tous les continents du monde, nous avons été obligés de poursuivre notre formation à travers les cours en ligne avec le programme LMS dispensé par Bluecrest College. Et je peux vous avouer que c'était un moment bien parce que c'était l'une des premières fois de ma vie de faire des cours en ligne. Et ce service nous a beaucoup aidé à terminer notre cursus. Comme je vous ai dit, je suis en semestre 8, donc c'était mon dernier semestre. Je m'étais dit que je n'allais pas finir à temps à cause de la maladie, mais l'école nous a mis ce service et nous a beaucoup aidé. Nous avons utilisé de bonnes manières. Il y a eu beaucoup d'avantages surtout dessus. Effectivement, le système était gratuit pour tous les étudiants et l'école nous dispensait une somme de 100 Ghana Cedis, équivalent à peu près 10 000 francs CFA pour nos dépenses d'Internet. Et l'utilisation était vraiment bénéfique pour tous les étudiants. Et nous avons beaucoup aimé. J'aimerais remercier Bluecrest College et toute la direction pour ce système qu'ils nous ont offert pendant le coronavirus. Merci beaucoup.
Hello, bonsoir tout le monde, bonsoir la famille. Ici c'est Bluecrest College. Je m'appelle Mariama Maman Ibrahim et je suis étudiante en dernière année en Information Technology à Bluecrest. Je viens vous parler de bénéfices qu'on a eu avec les cours en ligne qu'on a eu à faire pour pouvoir finir notre semestre. Donc, avec les cours en ligne, vous avez droit au confort d'étudier à la maison. Vous n'avez pas besoin de payer les transports. Et à la fin de chaque mois, vous avez 100 Ghana pour assurer vos connexions data. Vraiment, ça a été une belle expérience. Et voilà, on a fini l'école, on a fini les cours, les examens. À l'année prochaine. Bye bye.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Nyakote Kwao, a final year student of Fashion School, Bluecrest College, and I'm very happy to make this video because it gives me the opportunity
بصي عادي، انت برضه حاجات كتيره بتحبطك. معلش عادي، يعني ما انت مثلا اختك اللي طول النهار انت فاشله، انت كنت نكدب، انت على قلبي، انت ما ده غصب عني محسسني بالفشل. فشل.
Apologies for the breaking transmission.
School and everything I did to make it to the top. Now, when it comes to e-learning, I personally believe that it has given me a broader scope of my subject, that is fashion design, and everything related to fashion design, and not to talk about the feasibility it gives me when I'm writing my mid-semester exams, my IAs, and even exam is quite outstanding. Now, when it comes to my journey at Bluecrest, it has been totally phenomenal. The journey has been worth it, and I would always love to go back to Bluecrest. Thank you, Bluecrest, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
My name is Bianca Paula Nodo. I'm a business student in level 200 semester 3 at Bluecrest University College. During the lockdown, e-learning allowed me to attend my classes online, and with the help of the Moodle, I was able to access each and every single course I offered. To my biggest surprise, I was able to write my final semester exam and end the semester beautifully. Also, e-learning allowed me to study at my own convenience. It allowed me to master self-discipline in my studies. However, despite the various benefits I derive from e-learning, I really look forward to things going back to normal. A big thank you to Bluecrest University College.
So that was a brief video, testimonial video of our students and how they were able to learn during the lockdown. It just shows that we didn't stop. Instead, we were one step ahead. At Bluecrest, we aim at ultimate academic success for our students. And that's why we have a well-maintained campus infrastructure, which ensures that our students have access to digital equipment, high-tech labs to ensure that, our students have hands-on experience. we're also able to create a digital platform for them to still learn and take their exams, even though the COVID situation happened. Like the rector would say, he says Blue Crest College is not only a tertiary educational institution, but it's a center for excellence in this region, Accra, Ghana, which we are aiming to develop professional skills in our students, business and in technology, so that they're not just only employable, but also leaders at the next generation of managers, leaders, thinkers, and entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anitaji. This was a nice presentation. I have a question from Mr. Richard Oma. He's asking, how are you managing to attract students from different parts of the world or international students? So the answer is because of the brand. See, also because of the strategic location, the country. In the Western African region, Ghana is one of the most developed country. So there are a lot of neighboring countries where the students have an ambition to come to Ghana. At the same time, when they come to Ghana, our brand stands apart from the other private institutions here. Because of our legacy we have created in the IT education, we started with the information technology education. In IT discipline, Blue Crest College is the pioneer. This is the first college that started IT education in the whole country. So the legacy is helping us a lot. Plus, in addition to that, we are now being seen as the most innovative and proactive education institution in the country, with the partnership of Coursera and the kind of innovations and initiatives we have taken here. I hope that answers the question of Mr. Richard Oma. Thank you. So let's move ahead to the next section. Is the last session of this particular conference. I'm very glad that we are ending this conference today with a lot of learning for everyone. And we have very interesting lineup of items for this particular session with us. This is the closing ceremony for us. And we are going to have a sharing of the learnings from some participants. There is an organized sharing that is going to happen from one of our organizing committee members. Then we have announcement of awards, vote of thanks, and then a discussion on what next after this conference. Because sometimes I see conference just ends and it lacks the next steps. We want to ensure that the next step is there and we carry on the discussions, the sharing of knowledge and ideas about this particular theme of online blended teaching. So Dr. Samir Pingal is from the School of Business Management, NMIMS, Indore campus in India. He's working there as Associate Dean. And he's engaged in the industry, teaching and research since last 18 years. He has presented research papers in national and international seminars and has published research papers and cases in reputed journals also. Also, the cases written by him are registered with European Case Clearing House. He has been reviewer for reputed journals from India and abroad and has won many awards for teaching and research excellence. His work as social project guide was recognized by SIFE in 2010. He has participated in many workshops and faculty development programs and also conducted sessions in in-house management development programs for the business houses. He also is a visiting faculty for HR management in premier institutions like IIM Nagpur, Ahmedabad Management Association, and IIT Gandhinagar. He has visited Hof University of Applied Sciences in Germany thrice for teaching assignments. He was also awarded Erasmus Fellowship. His areas of interest are employee engagement, performance management, recruitment and selection, HR practices in MSMEs, expatriate management, and management education. So I requested Dr. Samir and he gladly accepted this particular task of sharing the learning with this conference today. So over to Dr. Samir.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Agarwal. It's a privilege to be part of the organizing committee for this conference. So 3 universities from the 3 different parts of the world coming together and organizing this virtual conference on effective blended and online teaching using best practices. So I'll keep it short. So when it comes to blended learning, the teaching and learning environment is embracing a number of innovations and involves the use of technology through blended learning. And the introduction of blended learning, that is combination of face-to-face and online teaching learning, initiative is part of these innovations. Now, if you go by the researches, I have categorically looked at the researches before COVID scenario. One big challenge is about how users can successfully use the technology and ensuring participants' commitment given the individual learner characteristics and encounters technology. The same author adds that users getting into difficulties with technology may result into abandoning the learning and eventual failure of technological implications. Right. So one of the report from Oxford groups, some learners had negative attitudes to blended learning, while 26% were concerned that learners would not complete study in blended learning. So this was also presented by few presenters today as well as yesterday. Another research, the comparison to establish effectiveness in view of grades, and found that blended learning had higher average score than the non-blended learning environment. Now, keeping this in mind, if I look at the conference, the way it was conceptualized by Dr. Anand Agarwal, Dr. Shadia, Professor Rania, and myself, and when I look at the reflections and learning, the conference has provided enough scope and opportunity for all the teachers to look at the teachers' perspectives, to look at the challenges, the problems faced by teachers, and during the presentations as well as the keynote, we also came to know about what are the possible solutions as far as the teacher perspective is concerned. Starting from the first session, the keynote session, many presenters, they focus also on collaboration. So collaboration is need of the hour. And also international student and faculty exchange. As we all know, most universities worldwide claim that we are having so many MOUs and all, but when you actually look at the active MOUs, these are few. So this is an opportunity, and we can use a virtual mode for student and faculty exchange. The conference also deliberated on using mixed pedagogy when it comes to online learning to do away with the boredom. Then when it comes to facilitating the online learning, one of the most important thing the conference directly as well as indirectly focused on was the student engagement, how to engage students. So as a teacher, I find it difficult to engage them in the regular class itself. Now, when I am teaching online, my class is faceless. It becomes much more difficult because the students are bored, their screen time has increased. So we also got answers for these, like how we can use different tools and technologies, how we can use exercises. Recently, in one of the presentation, the focus was also on platforms like Kahoot, right? So designing blended learning courses is a challenge. The way we design the normal courses and the way we design the blended learning courses, it requires a different type of treatment. When it comes to blended learning in different areas, we may need some customization. For example, engineering, arts, humanities, management, depending on the type of course and the function, some customization is required. Some courses are more qualitative in nature, some courses are more quantitative in nature. Okay, so in some courses there is lots of number crunching. So each functional area needs a different type of treatment. Then the conference also help us in understanding how to assess online. For most of the teachers who are new for online teaching learning as well as for blended learning, online assessment is a challenge, right? And the expert deliberated on keeping it interactive and using variety of assessment. During the conference, some presenters also focused on how they responded to the COVID-19 situation, right? So the focus was also on providing constructive feedback. Feedback should be provided to the learner, but it should be constructive. Then in the student perspectives, the focus was again on blended learning, e-assessment, the challenges and problems faced by students in e-assessment, right? So technological problem, network issues, boredom by the students. Some students are also facing health related issues because of the screen time. Their body movement have come down drastically, right? So these are some issues and learnings as well as reflections. Now looking at the way forward, Dr. Agrawal talked about what next as the last point for discussion. So this is some food for thought, and we may think beyond this. We may think of the next conference and the title for the next conference and start working on the same right away. We should collaborate the way 3 universities from 3 different countries have collaborated. Now this should be ongoing initiative. We can think of some symposiums, faculty development programs, especially in this area. Blended learning is very important, and each university should come up with such programs in collaboration with other universities as well as with corporates. It's very important to have cross-country studies to enhance the learning, and so that we can also learn from each other, and subsequently joint research, so faculty members from different countries and different functional areas coming together and addressing the problems, right, and subsequently resulting in the joint projects. So thank you. Thanks for giving this opportunity. And at NMIMS Indore also, we are organizing an international conference in January. So I will send the invite to all of you. That is on post-COVID-19 strategies for entrepreneurship ecosystem, right? So thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. Thank you for summarizing. Thank you for providing the insights and especially some very good ideas about what next. So let's go ahead with the next part of this session. So we have some awards for this conference, and now we have received the details. So we have one Best Reviewer Award. The criteria was timeliness of the reviews of the submitted papers, quality and depth of the reviews, and quantity of the reviews. Sorry for the absence of some words from the first part. Then also we have Best Presentation Awards. The criteria was rigor of the content, the delivery and quality of the answers by the presenters. So we're very glad to announce the people who have won the awards. We have amongst us the best reviewer of this conference, Dr. Subhangi Jor. She is Associate Professor of QT and OM. She has done a PhD in MSc Statistics and BSc Statistics also, with 4.5 years industry and 17 years academic experience. She has received Best International Refereed Journal Publication Award also, by previous employer, in international conference held on January 31st, 2015. She has attended and presented papers in various international and national conferences, including IIM Indore, MICA Ahmedabad, and Nirma University Ahmedabad. She has presented research articles in the annual conference of the Indian Economic Association and Indian Econometric Society. Over 50 research articles to her credit, published in international and national journals. Some of the cases developed by her have also been published by ECCH and the Case Center, Cranfield University, UK. She has research expertise in the area of econometrics and multivariate data analysis, and she's interested in consulting in the areas of statistics, QT, and business analytics. So Dr. Subhangi, please feel free to make a comment about receiving this award.
Good afternoon, everyone. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for successfully conducting the virtual international conference on the theme effective blended and online teaching using the best practices. It is actually a great privilege and honor for me to attain this special award. I want to show my gratitude to the organizing team on the conference for acknowledging my work with the Best Reviewer Award. So I'm extremely gratified for this award, and thank you for providing me an opportunity to review the articles. It was great learning experience. So thanks once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Subhangi. Because of the cooperation and support from academics and educators like you, we can actually learn from this kind of conference. So thank you for your support in reviewing a lot of papers for us, and the quality and in-depth of interviews were really amazing. And we expect that in the next conference, you will again join in a more enthusiastic manner. You will not only review, you also present some papers, and you will chair some sessions also, Dr. Shubhangi.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhangi.
Thank you, sir.
So we are also announcing now, we have already received the data from the session chairs about the best presenters or the best presentations. So we are announcing 3 best presenters award: a blended learning approach responsive to pandemic related uncertainties and change to Dr. Praveen Balakrishnan Nair, who is Associate Professor of Edinburgh Business School, School of Social Sciences, Heriot-Watt University, Malaysia. So Dr. Praveen, are you here? You want to share your feelings and your comments about the award?
Hi, Anand. Can you hear me?
Yes, Praveen.
Yeah, totally unexpected. Thank you very much. And yeah, the conference, I should say that it was well organized, and there were quite a few very good presenters as well. And unfortunately, I was not able to attend the sessions today, but I attended almost all the sessions yesterday, and it was brilliantly organized, and even the content of the program, the content of the conference also was really, really enlightening. So thank you very much, Anand. I'm very sorry, I'm a bit sleepy. I was about to go to sleep. It's already 11:30 here in Malaysia.
Yeah. I understand the time.
So I was half asleep, but I was listening to whatever is happening there. So thank you very much, and wish you all the best. And I would like to be an active participant in the next conference you are planning as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen. So the next award for the best presentation goes to Dr. Nagwa A. Saliman, Senior Lecturer of English Language and Literature, Advanced Writing Module Leader, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, the BUE. The topic was blended teaching pedagogies and facilitating online interaction. So Dr. Nagwa, we want to hear from you.
Yes, I'd like to thank you very much. Actually, the conference was excellently organized and extremely informative. And I intend to join the coming conferences. And I'd like to thank you so much. It really was a very informative, organized, and excellent per se. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand.
Thank you, Dr. Nagwa. We are very much glad seeing the quality of presentation and the insights which you have provided. Okay, so the third award for the best presentation goes to Dr. Upasana Gitanjala Singh. I keep on saying Gitanjala, it's Gitanjali, sorry, Dr. Upasana Gitanjali Singh. The topic was online education that connects adopting technology to support feminist pedagogy, a reflective case study. So Dr. Upasana is the Senior Lecturer of College of Law and Management Studies, School of Management, IT and Governance, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban. So Dr. Upasana, do you want to make some comment, please?
All I want to say, sir, thank you very much. It's an absolute surprise. I didn't expect to get any award. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you to Bluecrest College for organizing this conference. I've learned a lot from many of the presenters, and I hope to participate in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Upasana. So we are very great here. We are very grateful here for all the speakers. Though the award goes to only 3 speakers, but I think we have learned a lot from all the presentations. So we should actually congratulate all the presenters, not only the 3 best presentation awardees.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also want to give a vote of thanks to all the organizing committee members, Professor Shadia. I noticed how Professor Shadia was cooperating with her busy schedule, and Dr. Rania is even today when the conference is ongoing, we are still on Slack talking about the conference. So Dr. Rania has also been very supportive And we are expecting that we have this kind of collaboration. We will continue with this collaboration with BUE in the future for future webinars, future conferences, and a lot of other activities, maybe some faculty exchange, student exchange, research projects, etc. also. Then we have 3 persons from Bluecrest College, Dr. Patrick, Miss Elsie, and Miss Anita Barnes. Miss Anita is the head of our Teaching and Learning Center. They also helped a lot in coordination and in interactions and in organizing a lot of things for the conference. And Dr. Samir, who just you have heard about the learning and reflections, he also helped us a lot. He actually got Dr. Prachi today as the session chair also. So thank you, all of you. It has been a pleasure working with you, and we should continue working together now. Now, we also have a lot of good quality presentations, the keynotes from honorary chairs, session chairs, and presenters, and all the attendees. But we should not forget other people who are behind the scenes, like our IT manager, Mr. Suni, our marketing manager, Ms. Sonikachi, my secretary, Ms. Alexia, who's still there on Saturday. Generally, she doesn't work, but she's here with me, helping me here. Our social media manager, Ms. Sally, who's taking screenshots and taking some kind of input to use it in social media management and digital marketing in the future. So this whole team actually is working very closely to make this conference successful, and I should say thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much. And can I say I've already taken the initiative and sent you an email for the way forward based on your comment earlier this morning during my session. So when you get a chance after this conference, please read the email.
Sure, Dr. Rani, I will do that. Right. Now, what next? Generally, we see that the conferences are organized and it is forgotten. We just all go with the certificates and that's all, but we should not do like this in this conference. So what next we should be doing? Of course, we will share the material and PPT and notes. If the presenters are agreeing to share with us, we'll just forward it to all the attendees. We'll also dispatch all the certificates to the paid participants, to the presenters, chairs, and speakers very soon. Please bear with us. It will take maybe 2 weeks to dispatch all this material. We'll also share the conference recording link and testimonials from participants and award winners also. So we will request for some testimonials from some participants and award winners. Please provide us some testimonials. And then we will request for resubmission of selected papers which are presented today for journal publications, for research papers, and if it is not a research paper, for proceeding publications if you want. Then we should plan the next conference, as Dr. Samir mentioned. We should plan the next conference, hopefully not just online next time, and hopefully by next year, this time, the conference can be organized physically because COVID will just fade away. That is the hope. Though we can see the second wave coming, which is a little bit scary sometimes, but we hope it will fade away. Next year, we can have a physical conference, maybe in Egypt. I have never been to Egypt. I want to love. Yes. I would love to see Egypt. I would love to meet all of you who I work very closely. Thank you, Professor Omar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anand.
And thank you, Dr. Camilla. I can see Dr. Camilla has joined this session. Maybe we can have some activities in Qatar also, Dr. Camilla.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I joined a little bit late. I just got caught up in work and I didn't realize the time. So just let me just say thank you again, Dr. Anand, for this wonderful conference and all your co-organizers and your colleagues in Egypt as well. And it's a really good initiative. And I wish you take it from strength to strength. And I look forward to contributing as well going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Camilla, for all your support. Ms. Nodumo has done a lot of promotion for us. I could see Mr. Nodumo actively promoting our conference in the WhatsApp groups, in the Facebook, LinkedIn, everywhere. Mr. Nodumo, thank you for your support. Mr. Nodumo, you want to say anything here? Okay, so I think it's time now. It's Saturday, 3:25 p.m. here in Ghana and very late in Malaysia also, as Dr. Praveen was mentioning. So have a nice day, everyone. We will definitely take this conference initiative further for a lot of collaborative activities in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on, please.
Thank you.
I would want to take a group photo of everyone. If everyone could please turn on their cameras, please.
Okay, I can see Dr. getting prepared for the group photo.
Yeah, so I want to take a screenshot of everyone. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Okay, great. If everyone could just turn on their videos. So let's also, oh, we could all say cheese. Okay, another one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Bye. Bye. Good evening.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.